as early as October. And so with that, I think Dart and I are more than happy to take any questions or comments.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, Jacob. That's a lot of information.
Yes,
I
it is.
appreciate it. Yeah, but you delivered it well. Committee members, we'll go with Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's been exciting to go along this journey with you, and I love the work that's been done so far. And thank you for going so far above and beyond to make sure that people have an opportunity to weigh in. It's so important, and anyone who sees this can see that you really listened. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I forgot to point out, we do have zoomed in maps of some of the recommendations, particularly St. Pete there, the full county over there, and downtown over there. We had a similar, these exact same maps in our public hearing that we had last week. I think the only thing that we're missing are the bagels, so sorry about that. But we did bring the maps with us. But I did also bring swag that I'll be putting in front of you momentarily. So,
Oh, nice.
to help make up for the lack of bagels.
Thank you. Question about the downtown area and kind of cleaning that up. To make it work better for more people. The transfer hub, my first thought was, oh, well, we're going back to the hub and spoke approach, whereas, maybe 8 years ago, it switched to the grid system. So this kind of feels like we're going back to something. I know it's not, but I'm bringing this up for explanation purposes. And what do you see that transfer hub looking like? Would it be an enhanced shelter, something that's a good experience as people are coming and going from that hub? Tell us more about this.
No, absolutely. So I think, and I think something that we've reiterated in our conversations with Evan is that to the extent possible, we want to utilize our existing real estate downtown. And so we already have a few stops with pretty good amenity coverage. So for example, I'm thinking of the stop on 4th Street and 1st Avenue South, where we have a pretty large shelter there that a lot of the buses would pass through there. A lot of the buses would probably pass through the Publix on 3rd Street, where there's kind of that, I know there's not seating, but there is the nearby at least kind of canopy that riders can stand under. But that being said, certainly want to continue to work with Evan and his team to identify potential locations where maybe we could put in shelters. Admittedly, that may be a challenge in certain locations, maybe due to kind of right-of-way or easement constraints, but certainly want to enhance the passenger waiting environments in these transfer hubs to the extent possible.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're not going back to Williams Park.
Thank you. Just needed to make sure that got out there.
Absolutely.
There was a crazy council member that supported getting diesel buses out of Williams Park a few years ago.
I know, I wonder who that would have been.
I have no-
I seem to remember her wearing an orange vest one morning, directing people on how to use the new hub and spoke system.
That's why I got hired.
And thank you for explaining with the survey that you did, where it said the draft network will be better for the county overall. I was kind of wondering what the reasons were that people gave for disagreeing or strongly disagreeing. And it sounds like it's not that there's something wrong with it, just that people want more of this.
No, exactly. And I think certain writers certainly made comments about their particular routes, but it may have just been like 1 or 2 comments versus a bunch of comments about, needing more, better cross-county travel times, more frequency, more span of service. So those were like the biggest themes on people just understandably want more, which is why I really am emphasizing that this is the springboard from which we can make future improvements. It's certainly not the finish line.
Or
Right.
they may have to walk 2 more blocks to the bus stop, but then there's a guaranteed transfer that didn't exist before. So it's all kind of a balancing act.
Right. Well, hopefully we can continue our advocacy efforts to get more funding so that we can meet those wishes more efficiently. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. We'll go to Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We just saw you guys. Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for the work that you've put in on this, but I really wanted to share how impressed I have been with the process. I'm just impressed with PSTA overall. And the part that really impresses me the most is how well you listen. You allow us board members to just ask you the most insane questions sometimes, and you generally come up with every answer. We get down to the detail of bus stops, and in particular bus stops, when we were looking at this connection, and you all had a response for all of those. So this process, I thought, went well. My biggest thing on this was the marketing and educating the writers. But last week, when we had people speak during open forum, every person that spoke, someone from our staff, went to them personally to meet them where they were, to find out what their needs were, and how we can change whatever dissatisfaction that they had in the process. And for me, that was huge. That was huge. So, I just wanted to explain that we hear what our residents, especially our writers, are saying. But it's also important to know that as we try to make these changes, the support that you all need to get it done, because the board doesn't look like the board 4 years ago or 3 years ago. And we want to keep our writers first and foremost. So thank you, congratulations. You listen. You put a lot of thought into these routes. You really do. I was impressed with how much detail. Darden, you're doing a great job since you've been there. I don't think I've told you that.
Well, thank you.
Since you've been hired, a great job. And you make the meetings worth attending because you provide us information that we can really take away to our constituents. So thank you for that.
Wow.
Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. As policymakers, you all spend a lot of time looking at the whole system map and the 10,000-foot view, but the community outreach is so important because a lot of the people that you represent and who are our bus riders, what matters to them is the curbside experience. Is that bus on time? Is it clean? Do they feel safe? Is there a shelter when it's really hot or raining? So that's where the whole balance is. So thank you very much for that feedback.
Vice Chair Hanowitz?
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back, Darden. Thank you for the presentation. Jacob, thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a question. I was curious. I'm not on the board of PSTA, and maybe it's something you cover. But on the slides where you talk about increased access to jobs, what is the data source where you get like the jobs that are available? Obviously, it talks about in the evening, and so does that include like when certain places are open and opening? So I just want to kind of like get an idea of how you get this data to show the increases.
Absolutely. So this data is based on data from the census, particularly from the American Community Survey, I believe, of jobs numbers for Pinellas County. And so they basically like a geofence is created around the bus stops within the network to provide the catchment area for the number of jobs accessed. So that's where we're getting that data from.
Okay, and that data like includes opening out? Or is it just like, okay, we know that these places are there, or how do you know if they're open or not in the evening? That's.
You
You see what I mean? Because
yeah.
this is like focusing on evenings. So there are places that are closed, right? And then there are places that are open in the evening.
For sure. No, admittedly, it doesn't get into that level of nuance since the data is very high level, but I think it's just kind of a measure that we use similar to population that we certainly use in addition to access to jobs to measure how we reach folks. But I'd be happy to share the report with you.
Yeah.
That kind of gets into a lot more detail, looking at both jobs, population, and other factors, because there's a lot more data that's gone into this than what's in this report.
Yeah, I'm just curious just because nowadays there's so much flexibility in terms of places and how they're open. I mean, how many times I go to a place and it's closed on a Monday and I think it's open,
Yep.
or on a Tuesday or just a random day. And so I'm just curious how like all that data is collected lately to kind of, figure those things out. So,
No, absolutely.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Any other? Councilmember Givens?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the work that both of you are doing. Jacob, Darden, thank you so much for your advocacy with public transit. Definitely think it's something that we need more of here in Pinellas County overall. I have had the opportunity to attend a couple of the South St. Pete Connecting Mobility study workshops that they have hosted in the past couple of weeks, and they've been awesome. My question for you all is, can you share publicly what we've found to be some of the factors and barriers with getting people on these buses and connecting them to PSTA? I know how important of an asset it is in our community, but I don't think a lot of people really value it as much as others. So can we talk about that?
No, absolutely. I think a few things that come to mind, and I've been able, been a part of some outreach efforts, particularly in that community recently. Like, for example, I staffed the Call Green Festival for several hours, which was a great event. I also had some really good food there, but that's besides the point. So talking with a lot of riders that came up to the booth there and at other events, a lot of people may not be aware of certain things that they qualify for, or even that programs exist. So for example, some people may not know about our Transportation Disadvantage program, where riders can get a low-cost bus pass, and in St. Pete, of course, thanks to your generous support, that it's of no cost to them. And we've done significant marketing around it, but the marketing efforts only go so far. And a lot of people in those communities don't even know that exists. So that's certainly one barrier. I think another barrier, and I think this is something you see nationwide, that for a lot of people who aren't as familiar with taking transit, that first trip can seem pretty overwhelming. It's like, oh, where do I board? How do I find out where my bus is coming? How do I pay my fare or not pay my fare in the case of certain individuals who qualify for programs? So I think there's certainly, and I think we try to do this to the extent possible with community education, but in a county of almost 1 million people, we can only do so much. And I think we try to really, promote the use of transit to as many other groups as possible who can help spread our message. But I think that's something we could certainly explore additional ways to do to kind of address some of those barriers to people riding transit.
That's such a great question, Councilmember Gibbons. It really goes to the heart of a lot of what we do. We're always pioneering new projects. We're thrilled to work with the UPass program in Councilmember Floyd's district with Kenwood, where we negotiated with the Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Historic Kenwood Neighborhood Association, so that when people join that neighborhood association, they get their neighborhood badge becomes a free pass. It's not free, it's been negotiated and paid for, but it becomes like a fringe benefit for becoming part of the neighborhood association. And that's part of this way of just kind of demystifying getting on the bus and really destigmatizing it as well.
All great information.
And we would love to see that spread to
Yeah,
other neighborhood and business associations.
And I'm aware of these programs, and I try to tell more people, you have to educate the masses. People perish from a lack of knowledge. Sometimes they just don't know. I'd love to see the city possibly collaborate with PSTA on a marketing campaign. Get on board. Free is for me. People just need to know that these resources are out there and they're at their disposal. So thank you so much. And then lastly, you brought up something else that I wanted to mention, which is what's taking place in Councilmember Floyd's district over in Kenwood, the UPass program. Have there been any conversations about expanding that to Kona or other neighborhood associations to incentivize membership?
Yes. We're all smiling. Yes.
I'm a new councilman, so I'm not privy to this information.
Yeah.
So thank you.
They're banging down our doors. Yes.
Thank you
Just
so
want
much.
everybody to hear. Yes. We're really happy. I think there was initially some concern, like, why is Kenwood getting so much favorable status? And it's like, well, they were the ones that helped come up with it. So we're really happy to expand it.
Awesome.
And they've done a fantastic job. And I think we are expanding with the Edge District.
Yes, they have their passes.
Yes.
Oh.
It's great news. Wonderful. So thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the second that the UPass program was announced, I opened my phone to 8 messages from other neighborhoods interested in it as well. So, yeah, yes.
No good turn goes unpunished.
Yeah. And I'm glad you mentioned it is something that the neighborhood pays for, but then it does provide service that's free at the point of service instead of you pay for it ahead of time. So we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll. Yeah.
Thank you. I thought this might be a great time to bring up an item that I have on the referral list, which is the discussion on universal basic mobility. The reason we haven't come back yet is because as we've been talking and we explored the UPass thing and really looking at what we could offer, what we found, and by we, I mean me, Evan, Cheryl, in our conversations, and also with Brad Miller, the CEO of PSTA, is that the awareness and that education is really the missing piece, even more so than the funding, because there are so many people who do not know that we have transportation disadvantage programs and that there is a UPass opportunity, and there are all of these great resources that we already have. We just need to help make sure that people know what they are, make sure they can connect to them, and as Jacob mentioned, with some folks, it's really just about teaching them how to ride the bus, which seems, it's like second nature to us, you know what I mean? But you know what? If I had a bicycle, I would not know how my bicycle gets on the front of that bus. Things like that. So what we've talked about doing is, rather than spending money on a program that would be offered to people who already have discount or free resources available, why don't we look at investing in communication and education around this and partnering with PSTA to take the great work that you're doing out in the community to the next level, and not stopping with the bus, because UBM was not just about bus service, but also about multimodal approach. All of that together, I think, a lot of people don't know that they may qualify for a discount on using e-scooters, or the e-bikes. We need to do a better job of communicating and educating and giving people hands-on experience with it so that they're comfortable with it. So I will be bringing that back. We'll certainly let you know when we're ready. But I just wanted to give a heads up that we're kind of shifting to that, because I think it's clear that education and awareness is the real step that we need to take. Thank you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to kind of piggyback on that as well, because Councilmember Gibbons and Councilmember Driscoll said the same thing. Education. How many of us have ridden a bus yet? So I'm thinking that might be a great field trip for us one day, to get on the Sunrunner, ride the bus, experience it, especially the new electric buses. Those are really nice. And see, so that we can actually sell what we're trying to promote. And then I also agree.
Preferably individually.
Michael's eyes twitching.
Oh, you mean because that's the
My sunshine spidey sense went off
Okay,
there.
you know what? and that sunshine thing just, it's nice outside, but you forget it inside when you're trying to talk about policy. I forgot. But anyway, make it a personal effort to actually ride one of the buses, and I wouldn't know how to catch a bus either. I have to look at it and figure out the time and chart it out. But when you're taking straight routes, okay, that's easy. But for us to do that, but I do agree that the marketing is huge. Whatever that the city can do to help educate the riders on that would be important to do. And I don't know how we start that conversation, but that's something that I totally agree with. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other committee members, council members? All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really excited about the changes coming forward. I believe y'all will implement them as well as possible, and we'll move forward with a more connected community. I will also add, I started riding the bus in college, and yes, I was very intimidated the first time I got on it. It was very confusing. And The thing that made it the easiest for me in my experiences to riding the bus was whenever routes are free and you just get on and you just get off. I hope we, as a city and as a county, continue conversations in that direction, because that really not just makes it easier for the rider, but I think the driver also is less point of friction for everyone involved in the system. So just mention that for everyone. But thank you again very much. I really appreciate it. And I hope to have you back again soon to continue to hear about this topic.
Absolutely.
Thank you. It's been a delight, and it's always a delight to work with Evan Morey and his staff. And what can we say? St. Pete, you're like the most favored nation status. And so we look forward to continue working with you.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
All right, committee and council members, we're going to move on to our second item, which we have 32 minutes for. Just reiterate, we have 32 minutes for our next item. Yeah. So I appreciate the well-attended meeting.
Thank you so much.
Our next item is residential land development regulation update. We're joined by Liz Abernathy and Corey Malishka. And now at this time, we have 31 minutes left for our second item. Just so that everyone's aware.
Well, I speak pretty quickly, so hopefully. Good morning. I'm also joined by Deputy Zoning Official Scott Balliard, who will be helping me with this presentation. This come before the HLUT in September. We were asked to kind of bring back some of the updates that have been made since. Of course, we were on a delay for a little while because of the storms. So hopefully this will move forward after today to DRC in April and City Council in May. So as you know, in 2007, we did a citywide rezoning. And later in 2017, we did adopt floor area ratio bonuses in our traditional neighborhoods. This came out of concerns from a lot of the historic areas of building too large of homes. And this was actually initiated by Liz Abernathy. It was one of our first projects when she joined the city. And then 2019, we provided just a general update. And now here we are today. Since the adoption of 2017, about 2,000 new homes were constructed, with 356 new homes utilizing the bonus structure that was adopted in 17. So the proposed update for the residential is to really evaluate the FAR bonuses to see if they're working, address several items presented at council committee meetings, as well as including refinements to the code language. Every day we hear new things from new customers, and always trying to keep our code up to date as much as possible. Or there's a lot of just confusion, gray areas in the code that need to be refined. And so some of the things that we have done, we looked at doing some additions to the FAR bonuses, as well as changing and modifying some of those, which we'll talk about today, as well as our building design regulations that are also included, which were adopted as the 07 LDRs. And the design regulations are citywide. So looking predominantly here again for residential and making tweaks to those. Again, we hear from our constituents, both the development side as well as the resident side. We did some upgrades to the fence regulations. We're looking at a payment in lieu for sidewalk, doing some additional language for structures in flood zones. We've been dealing with a lot of homes, especially in shore acres, that are wanting to elevate. Unfortunately, a lot of those homes don't meet current setbacks. So how do we make the process easier for them instead of taking them through a variance process that delays that? Because that could take additional 6 weeks. And again, just cleaning up some inconsistencies in the code. And again, this is just a reiteration of what I already talked about, really looking at why we adopted the FAR. And I'm going to let Scott talk about kind of some of the changes and revisions to the bonuses.
Morning. This first change is a minor change for front facade articulation. You currently get a 0.06 bonus for each additional foot of front facade articulation. It maxes out at 0.1. By providing the minimum articulation, you get the maximum bonus, so we are going to remove the per foot bonus. The next one is for planting larger shade trees. It has a typo. It says the minimum spread required is 8 to 10 inches when it should be 8 to 10 feet. Next is the current FAR bonus for solar ready is vague. To address this, we're adding that a 200 amp electric panel and conduit running to the roof are required to be provided to be solar ready. And we are also reducing that bonus from 0.02 to 0.01 to offset new bonuses for solar installation that provide a 0.01 bonus per kilowatt installed up to 0.03 and a 0.01 bonus for residential EV charging capabilities. During stakeholder meetings last year, attendees from historic neighborhoods indicated that new homes are typically built with taller interior ceiling heights and lower foundation walls, resulting in new homes with lowered front porches and increased building heights compared to the historic homes in their neighborhoods. Based on this feedback, staff is proposing a 0.03 bonus for homes with front porches elevated a minimum of 18 inches above grade, where 12 inches is currently required, with limitations on building height to encourage construction of new homes that are more to scale with existing historic homes in the historic neighborhoods. A workshop was held with DRC members, and one of the commissioners expressed an interest in adding a bonus for quality materials on exterior facades. So staff is proposing a 0.05 bonus when exterior facades are proposed with solid wood siding, brick, stone, or wrought iron throughout all structures, and a 0.03 bonus is proposed when brick or stone veneer or hardy board are utilized. Staff has also been seeing a prevalence of new homes built to maximize the entire buildable area of the lot with large two-story box-like structures. To help break the box, a new FAR bonus is proposed for providing a minimum 20-foot separation between the principal and accessory structures, as well as between second-floor portions of the principal structure. You can see on the top photo here, the massing stretches from the front setback line to the rear, and on the bottom one, you can see that break is provided. Another new FAR bonus is proposed for preservation of existing grand trees. It will grant a 0.02 bonus for each tree with a maximum bonus of 0.04. Preservation of existing on-site grand trees is currently not incentivized. So your existing homes in special flood hazard areas typically cannot adhere to required setbacks when elevating the structure to meet current FEMA flood elevation. To address this one, staff is proposing a minor encroachment option to allow an existing single-family home to be elevated to meet FEMA requirements when specific criteria is met. Another change for properties in flood zones is to add an allowable encroachment for wooden platforms for energy meters, as these platforms typically encroach into the required side yard setback. Staff has been processing numerous variances for these platforms, and they're really only usable for servicing the meters. The picture on the left here is a home with a double bay garage door that's typically 16 feet in width. On the right is a home with two single bay garage doors. Single bay garage doors have been found to enhance the visual interest and architectural quality of homes compared to the double bay garage doors. Within NT2 and 3 districts, garages are required to face an alley when present. Garages that face a primary street are limited to 40% of the width of the home, and when they face the side street and abut a neighbor's front yard, the single bay garage doors are required. This code change expands that requirement to all street facades, excluding alleys. Next is for repetitive design. The code requires home to be varied throughout, the code requires new homes to be varied from all other homes within 3 parcels of each other. The minimum of 3 of 4 variations required. It's architectural style, roof form, building materials, and architectural details. These regulations do not account for new homes proposed with a different number of stories or varied heights and widths. With the proposed change, new homes with varied habitable stories will not be considered repetitive. We're also adding a 5th variation for new homes with different front facade heights and widths. Next up is currently doors, windows, and other details are required on all sides of a home with no blank facades allowed greater than 16 feet in width. This can create challenges when a kitchen or closet is proposed on the interior of the home. And you got cabinets or shelves that make providing a window or other feature impractical. So the proposed change would allow for blank facades up to 20 feet in width on interior and rear facades located in the rear 1/3 of the lot when they're not visible from a right-of-way. We got a change to ADUs to allow them in the neighborhood suburban single-family zone districts on lots with at least 4,500 square feet that are located on an alley, and also on corner lots that meet the minimum lot area requirement. At this time, NS corner lots and lots on alleys must meet both the minimum lot area and width requirements. The next one is for a side setback waiver request for docks. When a property owner seeks a side setback reduction for a dock, they get the sign off from the abutting neighbor on the side where the setback reduction is requested. After that, notices are mailed to all waterfront properties within 200 feet on both sides of the request. This allows property owners that are not affected by the request to appeal it to a public hearing. In all instances where this has occurred, the DRC has approved the setback reduction, so we want to change this to revise it so that only waterfront property owners within 200 feet on the affected side of the setback waiver request are notified. And the last amendment on this slide is to add an exception for installation of walkways between public sidewalks and curbs that do not meet ADA slope requirements due to existing grades. Turn back over to Corey.
And so also another addition would be to do a payment in lieu for sidewalks. We've received many requests over the years for variances where sidewalks just do not make sense because of the existing development pattern either. And we've, even in some of our historic neighborhoods in Old Northeast, there's certain streets that have no sidewalks, and then a new house has to go in, and it just doesn't make sense. And some of the neighborhood associations agree with this, a lot, of course, the developers as well. And our transportation department is working on a sidewalk master plan. So that's what the money would be used for. So if you're not going to build it here, we'll take your money and we'll implement it elsewhere through Evan's department. And so we're going to establish this. There's going to be criteria, and there's no guarantee. We're just not going to give away this. We have to look at what's the existing conditions. Is it within proximity to a school or a park? There's some comp plan elements that we have to follow as well. There will be an appeal process, as everyone's due process. So that would go to the commission as well. And then we are working with transportation and engineering to establish what is that base fee. And of course, that fee will have to change every year just due to the increase in construction costs. Another item for debate that came up in 2019 was metal fences. And we've seen people wanting to do corrugated metal fences. So we did some outreach. No, people don't want that. Where we would allow something that is a metal fence, but a metal fence that is not corrugated metal, is not a roofing material. We already allow aluminum picket, wrought iron, but this would just put an additional language that it can't be, reflective, can't be shiny, so that it doesn't, impact the neighbors. Also, another thing that came up from Councilmember Fig Sanders was the design of walls that are 150 feet in length or not, and some of them, especially in the neighborhoods where you have this picture up on the top where you have a new 6-foot tall solid masonry wall running over 150 feet. So it seemed to be extremely imposing to the neighborhood. So still allowing properties of this length that would still be able to have a 6-foot tall fence, but requiring that only 4 feet of that fence or wall can be solid. The upper 2 feet would have to be opaque. And also looking at, this is just some of the outreach that we had. We initially presented this in September, just hearing from some of the community. So we had 2 different meetings. We held them at Suncoast Hospice, Empath, excuse me. And some of the neighborhoods just talking about, looking at eliminating the bonus to porches, which we did not. We did look at the second bonus down, increasing the bonus of a front porch to 18 inches, decreasing the overall height down to be more consistent with the older homes, as well as looking at this, the scale and size of the existing houses in that neighborhood. Other comments included non-traditional fencing materials and agreeing with code that they didn't want roofing materials. They liked the payment in lieu option, and they also didn't like the potential domestic equipment in the front yards. We met with TBBA, which is the Tampa Bay Builders Association. So many people maybe know Canopy Builders is part of this organization, so we deal with them a lot as well. They do a lot of construction in the older neighborhoods. So that's why we did some tweaks to the fenestration requirements. We did also the change to the sidewalk or walkway between the sidewalk and curb because of ADA requirements. And we made a couple little tweaks to the repetitive style design. That's just additional comments from them. And these were the comments made by HLUT back in September. So it was basically general support for the non-traditional fencing materials, interest in requirements for the bonuses related to the physical massing of structures, as well as the ADUs that were brought up, and the sidewalk payment in lieu. And then, of course, we took this to a DRC workshop. So They did have some concerns. We do have architects that sit on our commission and planners, realtors. So they felt that reducing building heights from what they are now would actually be a bad idea because the current market, people do like their taller ceilings. They didn't want us to add additional articulation to the exterior facade. As one of our commissioners, he said that basically houses are dumb boxes. So let's actually do quality materials. So that's where the quality material bonus came from. Because if you look at a lot of the houses in the neighborhoods, they typically look like rectangles or squares, but they're articulated with nice materials. Also, just making sure that if we do give a bonus for the trees, that we have an arborist report to make sure that trees we're saving, which is typically what we do for our commercial developments when we look at saving trees. We also, again, they didn't like our definition of bay window when we said 50% glazing. They would rather have us look at dimensions to the bay window, but from a lot of our research, communities do it both ways. A lot of them do say 50% glazing. Some do say limit that to a third of the facade. Right now, we were just leaving it at the 50%. And again, looking at the wall heights, they didn't have an issue with that either. And so that's kind of where we are at today.
Go ahead, yeah.
That was a lot in a short period.
Threw a lot at
Thank
you, but we
you.
want to leave some.
I just wanted to add two other things that we're going to be putting in with this package. One is an ADA, kind of a waiver is what we're going to call it, for reasonable accommodations. There's other communities that have a process for which somebody comes asking for a reasonable accommodation. Our variance process is the only way to really deal with that, but variance is run with the land, and a reasonable accommodation is individual specific. So we're going to be coming up with a process that allows folks to not have to go through the cumbersome variance process. And we're going to get some input also from Lendell's office on that. And that's really the big thing I wanted to add for now.
Thank you. Committee members, Council Member Driscoll.
Thank you. I'll be quick. With the blank facade, in the rear 1/3 of the lot, do you have any before and after photos? Do you have examples that you can show us? If not today, can you follow up with that so that you can show us what the deal is right now and
What it would
one
look
that
like.
would look, if we make these changes? That would be great. Just, I can kind of see it, but I think
Visual representation, yeah.
yeah, really helpful on that one, thanks.
Very good.
With this sidewalk, it sounds like this change and this payment in lieu would be restricted, that there's, because we like sidewalks. We need more sidewalks. But I like that there's a payment in lieu that sounds like it would be for not having a sidewalk on a block where there is no sidewalk anywhere else. Because we've had this come up before. We've also had instances where, and this might just be a downtown thing, the wider sidewalk requirement makes it a wide sidewalk just in front of that property where nothing else on that block or the next block or the next block is the wider sidewalk, and it's not a block where future development is going to be happening because it's already been done before we widened the sidewalk requirement. Is there a way for us to fix that part too?
We can. I know some of that came out of the complete streets as well, which I think Evan's still here, where they had, certain, depending on what neighborhood you were, what street you were on, and I think downtown, based on the street level, they said 10 feet. In some districts, it's 8 feet, but, and that's why we came up with, okay, we allow parts of the sidewalk to narrow up to 8 for our trees and our landscape planners, but the majority is 10. Do we look at it as 8 and then 6? Things like that. I would like Evan to chime in from the complete street standpoint. I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's something we can look at.
Yeah.
sure.
I think we should be flexible when it's reasonable and obvious.
Yes. Well, I know the project we did on 4th Avenue South.
That's the one I was thinking of as the example, and I think we were able to not make them put in big sidewalk.
Yeah, they did a lot more planters in there, so when you go by it, it would transition to be a little wider. But then when you're there, you have all these planters through it, so it's not looking like it's all pavement.
Yeah. If only they would break ground. I'm like, dude, you still got the fence up. Okay, so that's great. And then my last one for now is about trees. And this, the arborist report. Can you, and I know that we are hindered somewhat by state regulations on what we can and can't require regarding trees. But I wonder, with this one, this is from the DRC comments, the arborist report to be utilized for confirmation that an existing tree can be preserved on the site prior. So that one's not about taking out a tree. So are we going to be, or do we already, sorry, I just don't know, require an arborist report for every tree on a property?
This is in return for giving an FAR bonus. We want to make sure the tree really is going to
Survive.
be of a quality that it will survive the construction, that it's worth saving. So we don't want to give a bonus to allow a bigger house and then have the tree cut down 6 months later because it didn't survive. So in return for getting the bonus, that's where they're doing the report.
Okay.
And we have, where we've had variance cases in the past, required an arborist to be on staff during the construction process as well, because we want to make sure that the tree is properly prepared for the construction process, because there's root pruning and fertilizing that can be done ahead of construction to help make sure that that tree survives, in addition to the tree barricades and making sure the
Right.
workers aren't piling stuff on the roots and driving across the roots and making sure it's pruned properly. So again, when we're giving a bonus for something to save a tree, we want to make sure that tree is going to survive. So that's where the arborist report and then being part of the maintenance and the construction process comes into play.
And
Okay.
there's a difference too currently, like we don't have protections like we do in our commercial projects, like for single family or duplexes. So for commercial projects, it's typical we ask for an arborist report. Because we require a certain percentage of trees to be saved. So we want to make sure that, well, the ones you're saving are in good shape. Otherwise, why are you going to save those trees when we can plant a nice, healthy new tree? The same thing, too, is if some of these sites, they get so tight and they're saying, oh, I got to take these down, it's in bad shape. Well, show me that it's in bad shape. So on the residential ones, they do come in to get a tree removal permit. Our arborist does go out to verify and look at the tree. You know, they look at options, you know, okay, that tree can be saved or maybe it needs to be pruned. But this is, like Liz said, if you're going to get a bonus, we want to make sure that tree is healthy and can be preserved in its spot, and not, you're going to go for it and then it comes down or gets damaged, and now you got to make up for that.
And we've
Yeah.
used that same process where people are asking for variances to setbacks in order to save a tree. We want to make sure they go through the right and help them to make sure they understand that you really do need an arborist as part of that process to make sure that the tree is prepared properly and can survive the construction intrusion and activity.
We want documentation from a professional.
Yeah.
Right,
So-
and would this be something we would follow up on, like throughout the construction? to
So
make
we do
sure-
go out and do inspections. So this is our traditional neighborhoods. Scott's division, he handles this. So him and his planners actually will go out and do site inspections to verify that they're compliant with the approved permitted plans, and that the bonuses that they sought everything's on site. Because we've had people that do the large trees. We go out there, they're not large. You know, sorry, you're rejected. You got to take those trees out and put a new tree in. So if something comes up and they damage that tree, there is a penalty to that, for that. And then they would have to find another bonus.
And
Yeah.
part of that report is the arborist preparing the plan, so the root pruning and limb pruning plan, and then that's reviewed by our arborist, and often our arborist meets their arborist out in the field to look at, you know, major limbs that may or may not need to be cut depending on the height. So it's a it's an iterative process with their arborist, our arborist, making sure that the
best
design
practices.
of the house and what happens before, during, and after construction to
Yeah.
help improve the survivability for the
Yeah,
tree.
The
that's
minimum
wonderful.
distances too from the tree to the house. I mean, just, you can't put a house right on the tree. You know, our arborist likes 15, 20 feet, you know, especially from large trees, so that, you know, down the road, they're not, I need to take the tree down because it's encroaching into my foundation. So we do evaluate that too.
Okay, excellent. And finally, Liz, is this your last HLUT meeting?
I think it may be.
Yeah, I was going to announce at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And this won't be the last time we see you, but last HLUT meeting. I'm glad you're here and presenting this. And it just really is such a great example, a small example. It's a lot of stuff, but it's a small example of the incredible work that you've done for our city. And this committee won't even be the same without you.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to cry, so I'm just going to wrap it up.
We're going to go to Councilmember Harding next.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I think I'm a little behind everyone else in the room. The idea with the sidewalks. First, just so I understand, what triggers the homeowners needing to build a sidewalk? Is it all new construction, or is there, you know, X amount of permitting that you might be doing at your house?
So new homes in neighborhood traditional districts are required to provide a sidewalk on both sides of the street. If you're in a neighborhood suburban district, it's only on the north and west sides of streets.
Okay.
New construction.
New construction.
New construction.
And again, if you would, the in lieu of payment, where would that money go again? Or where does it sit, or how is it limited in its application?
So just like we do of all our other funds, so it would come into a fund that we would establish. We would assess the fee at time of permitting. You know, that they would have to submit an application saying, I want to do a payment in lieu, you know, because we'll make a comment, where's your sidewalk? And if it's something we can support based on criteria that there's no other sidewalks, it's not near a school, there's no plan to have a sidewalk here, elevation issues, tree issues, utilities issues, those are things we look for. And we also run it by our engineering department and our transportation department, because they're the experts too. It's not just us in planning. So if we agree to that, we'll assess the fee. They will provide that fee to us when they pick up the permit, and it goes into a fund, like a lot of our other funds that exist here. We have our open space fund, we have an art fund, our our housing and capital improvement funds, which my department collects, but other departments use that money. So it'd be Evan's department, once he establishes his master plan, that they would take that money to build sidewalks.
Okay, so that money would be limited very strictly to sidewalks?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Council Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. I thought you said, did Councilmember Fix, did you have anything? You had.
Yeah,
something.
but
Yes.
I saw you
no,
first.
I know, she's on the committee. I can go
Okay,
afterwards.
all-
Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay.
No, you're on the committee. Go ahead.
I just want to say,
We all
I
got-
just want to say thank you for the project that I brought that started like, what, 3 years ago, Liz? So I'm just being very cordial today because I'm glad to see it finally making it on paper. I don't know if it'll, you know, change the current situation that we've had, but I think moving forward, this is a great addition, and I was patient, and you all were patient, so thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
All right, now.
Thank you, Chair. So I remember this 2017. I was actually on the ground floor in the neighborhoods. I remember all the input that you got, and you all did such a great job kind of coming up with something. It was a ton of work. Clearly a ton of work into this, a lot of material. You went through it extremely quickly, which is fantastic. The only thing I want to add, and it's something that we have discussed, Liz, before on some of the issues that have arisen, and it's come up before at City Council. You know, we have in the CRT districts, we have townhomes that are going up, and they don't have the same design standards. And so what happens is you have these neighborhoods that have certain design standards. They're building townhomes on these corridors on the CRT, not matching. And that's caused issues. And I know we talked about having some standards to make sure that these townhomes kind of fit with the neighborhoods in the CRTs. So if you can talk about that, because you were thinking it could possibly go in here,
Yeah.
and it would make sense as opposed to waiting for the corridor part of
Right.
it.
Yeah, so Corey and I agree with the idea of adding that to this package, and Corey had some feedback that for the, and I'll let him speak, adding some requirements for porches could help break up that flat facade that we're seeing a 3-story flat facade building provide. So Corey, do you want to, he's better at articulating design.
So, I mean,
Language.
most of our traditional neighborhoods, which is CRT is traditional, they usually will be elevated. We do find in some of the townhome areas to begin with, they do have to elevate to be a foot above crown. And you see some of that, especially like on First Avenue, some of the older townhomes, they did put stoops in. We look at, and again, it depends on the architectural style. So a stoop would go with a colonial style, but not necessarily something that's going to be more of a 4-square traditional. So there's opportunities to ensure, like, okay, a porch is required, just like we do in NT. We say you have to have a porch, and the porch is of a certain size. I mean, it might not be as big here because our townhomes are a lot smaller, where we say, in 48 square feet in NT, it's 6 foot wide, 6 foot depth, by at least 4 feet. This might be something that's more of a stoop size, so it might be a little smaller, but it'll still articulate. And some of them would be required to have roofs because it would have to go with architectural style. So that would help kind of, I think, break up that long facade. And there's also different things. We want to be careful. We hear both sides that, you don't necessarily want to undulate the facade because then increases costs now because of the foundation. But there could be changes in materials potentially if there's such a length to the building where there's an offset. Or we do have in our district, a bay system, which is the height ratio to width, and ensuring that is complied with to prevent just a long facade with no break.
So I think what we should do is draft some language and get that to all of you, so because we want to keep this package moving forward, and then we can have one-on-ones if there's feedback. And that way we can go ahead and get this changed, because this is happening next to the traditional neighborhoods, which, like we said, require porches, but the townhouses aren't required porches. So this will help, and we might have some language that it's, where it's abutting a traditional neighborhood, this is a requirement. Or we can refine it so it's not, if it's backing up to an industrial area, then maybe you don't need that because the consistency of style. So we'll get that language out and we can answer questions. I know we're time limited
And
here.
thank you. For those council members who have the traditional neighborhoods, you understand, we're getting some of those, and then you get pushback. And they've figured out it's because of the design, the different design standards, it's not kind of fitting, and so they've been trying to look at it in a way where they can go ahead and find a solution, so that way the neighbors and everyone's kind of happier, and it kind of is consistent with the neighborhood.
And I know this packet was sent to, I think, everyone. So if anyone does want to have an individual's one-on-ones beyond today, we are available.
Okay,
Great.
that was it. Thank you, Chair.
All right, any other council members? Okay, thank you very much for this. I appreciate it. I do have 2 quick things. One is, you mentioned an appeal on sidewalk fees. I wasn't sure I understood that, like, if you could go into depth.
So it's a due process so we have this for other items in our code where the POD, which would be me, would have the final say if we're going to support that payment in lieu. So they may not agree with that. So it's an appeal process where they can appeal my denial of the payment in lieu, and that would go to the commission. And we do that for property card interpretations, our buildable lot letters, where we're telling people, like, you don't have this process. So it's an appeal process for the commission to make that decision.
Okay, you want to?
Yeah, I'm just, with the fee, though, I haven't seen, can you point to other parts in the code where you can appeal a fee? Like, this is more like, almost like an impact fee.
Well, it's a payment in lieu. It's either install the sidewalk or don't install the sidewalk.
I think it's not the
So
fee
what-
that they're appealing, it's
It's the
the
decision.
denial of their ability to pay the fee instead of building the sidewalk. So if we say,
Okay.
no, we don't agree.
You have
with
to build
giving
the
you-
sidewalk.
You have to build the sidewalk,
That's what's being appealed.
then they can appeal that.
Okay,
Denial of the payment in lieu.
Right,
got it.
Yeah.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay. You know I love due process.
yeah, no, we
Yeah.
still want them to pay.
Yeah. Got it, okay.
Yeah, it jumped out at me
Yeah.
because I couldn't think of another scenario when that happened. Okay.
Because they still have an opportunity.
Nope,
like,
makes
Yeah.
total sense, yep.
Yeah.
if I deny the payment in lieu, then they can request a variance, but I'm gonna be like, no.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, yeah, so it's basically make sure legal's happy.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. The only other comment I have is I see that like domestic equipment was brought to the community and didn't receive positive feedback. I still personally would like to see some sort of compromise that means people who don't have side yards or alley access could store some amount of domestic equipment on their property, specifically boats and whatnot, small boats. But I see, that we did not get great feedback on that. But I do want to reiterate my support for some amount of compromise there. But that's all. And I appreciate you all for presenting us a good amount of information in an efficient manner. I'll say it that way. Liz, thank you very much. I'm really glad I got to be a part of your last HLUT meeting. But we'll see you soon, so I'll leave it there for now. Committee members, thank you so much for a really productive meeting this morning. We'll call the March 6th Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee adjourned.
Well run, Chair. Well run.
3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA,
Welcome, everyone, to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting of March 6, 2025. Can I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz.
Here.
Gertis. Here. Floyd.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Givens.
Here. Committee members, we have an agenda for approval. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have for approval of February 13th, 2025 minutes. There was one change to the minutes on the third page from northwest plant to northeast plant. It was supposed to be northeast, not northwest. So with that change, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, well, thank you everyone for being here today. We have as an item before us the public funding for elections. This is an item that Councilmember Floyd had brought back in December 1st, 2022. So it's finally made its way over here. And we also have Brett Pettigrew from our city attorney's office. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Floyd so he can kind of tell us a little bit about this before we start going.
Thank you very much. If you saw the background, you can see my new business item that has some rationale. You can also see a memo from me that goes into a little more depth. I'll just go over some of it quickly. So I put this new business item in pretty much immediately following our election in 2022 because we put an item on the ballot moving our election dates from off-year or odd-year elections to even-year elections. And you know, I generally gave a little bit of pushback back then, just because of some concerns, not because I disagreed with like the outcomes or anything. You know, we changed the election date for a couple of reasons in my mind, which you can see outlined. One is the cost was escalating significantly. I did not have it at the time of writing this memo, but I do have it now. Moving the election dates saved us around over $1 million on our elections. Around 1.3 million was the estimate at the time, and I do think that ended up being quite accurate. So we did get a significant cost savings, and we also wanted to increase voter participation, which the odd year elections had about half the turnout of the even year elections. So we saw that come to fruition this past year with our first election under this new cycle. I had outlined a couple of issues I had at the time. The first was the cost for a candidate running for office has been going up significantly over the past decade, I'd say. Many of the campaigns, including many of ours, spent over $100,000, and I think that moving the election cycles creates a necessity to, or an incentive to spend even more money because you're competing with bigger offices for attention and media time. And then relatedly, the other issue I was worried about was the potential for our local elections to get overshadowed and under-discussed because of more high-profile elections taking place at the time, particularly the presidential, gubernatorial, congressional, senatorial campaigns. So I submitted this new business item because I think those things can be mitigated by a program like this. We'll hear the legal concerns and process here in just a minute, and the different types of programs that exist. I have a slight preference, but I'm open to all of these, and my preference would be for us to do something as simple and legally defensible as possible. Should everyone be interested. And my goals are to put a counterbalance against, you know, the influence of big money in our municipal politics, as well as engage our citizenry more wholly. Same, I think, aim that we had in changing the elections dates. And the last two things I'll mention, last three things are, one, this could have come, I think, a little bit, could have come last year, but I think we waited a little bit because there was a referendum or an amendment on the ballot statewide to repeal the state's program, which I thought was a good basis for us to create a program. That amendment failed, and notably, it got less than 50% in every single precinct in the city of St. Petersburg, showing that there's broad appeal to this type of program in our city. And then the other thing is there's a couple of articles in here. One describes the multitude of programs that exist across the country, and the other one describes the need for this kind of program. That's for y'all to check out. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at it. And then my last thing is I'm bringing this here today to try to get feedback from the group, to see if this is even something as a council we're interested in. We saved a significant amount of funding by changing the election cycle. My thinking was that could be used to offset some of the possible negative effects of changing the cycle. And should people be interested, express an interest in moving forward, we'd be happy to actually outline what a local program would look like and bring some outside experts in to have a discussion about how we could implement this and what would be most effective and also most simple to administer. So I will leave it there. Thank you all for entertaining this idea, and I'll let Brett get on with the legal aspect of it because there's a lot to it.
Mr. Pettigrew, you wrote a very good legal memo. If you can walk us through your memorandum, it would be wonderful.
Thank you, Committee Chair, members of council. Again, Brett Pettigrew with the City Attorney's Office. I'll be talking about public campaign financing generally, the types of programs that exist, some information on the Florida programs, and the policy decisions that would drive a program here in St. Petersburg if council decided to pursue it. So when we are talking about campaign finance, as you know, campaigns for elected office are funded by contributions from either the candidate himself or herself or from outside contributors. And when we're talking about public campaign finance, we're talking about a different source. We're talking about public dollars that are being used to fund a campaign. And at an extremely high level, a candidate would accept these public funds in exchange for abiding by limitations that go above and beyond what a candidate would ordinarily be required to do as a matter of law. The rationale for implementing these programs is a matter of policy. It's related to and drives the legal considerations. So policy is going to come up, but it's ultimately that's not going to be the focus of my presentation. And as you'll see from the programs in the memo and just thinking through this, there are all sorts of different directions that this could go depending on what the program is designed to achieve. So the three major types of programs are grant, matching, and voucher. A grant program provides a candidate with a lump sum payment of public funds to use for campaign purposes. The Miami-Dade program described in the memo is a grant program. It's a partial grant program. There are other variations in use that are sometimes called full grant or clean election, where the candidate forgoes any other private contributions after accepting the public funds, usually because they've run up against the total amount that they could raise for a campaign. Matching programs, a candidate gets public funds that match contributions from private contributions. The Florida program is a matching program. These are usually subject to limitations. The matching is on where the person contributing is from, how much the contribution is. Matching programs can be on a one-to-one basis, dollar for dollar, or they can be at a higher ratio to magnify the impact of certain types of contributions. The final type is a voucher program. A voucher program provides, instead of the money going directly from the government to the candidate based on a formula in law, a voucher program provides eligible residents with a credit of public funds that the citizen can then donate to the candidate, and then the candidate redeems those to get the public funds. There are no examples of a voucher program operating in Florida, and as I discuss in the memo and a little bit later on, that's the one that would be most complicated under Florida law to implement. So, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, there's some form of public campaign finance program in 14 states, including Florida, and 26 localities, including Miami-Dade. The memo uses a four-part framework to try to explain the specifics of these programs that was used in a recent United States Government General Accountability Office report on this topic. It talks about goals, funding and revenue, qualification and participation, and oversight. So the memo provides a deep dive into the Florida program and the Miami-Dade program. I'm not going to go quite that deep at this time. You're welcome to, I'm happy to answer questions about it, but I'd like to talk about some differences and commonalities. In terms of the funding and revenue source, the biggest difference between the two is the overall structure. Florida, again, is a matching program. Miami-Dade is a grant program. So in the Florida program, only certain contributions qualify for the match. You get a 2-to-1 match for all of the contributions you need to qualify, and then it switches to 1-to-1 for the contributions after that. There are different thresholds depending on the office. The gubernatorial candidates can get more than have a different threshold to qualify, and where the match switches than cabinet level, and they're paid out on a rolling basis. So once you get that first set of matches, depending on the campaign finance report, the state doles out as you go, and as it gets closer to the campaign, it becomes on a weekly basis. The Miami-Dade program is much simpler. A candidate that qualifies gets a single lump sum payout. There are different thresholds depending on the office, and then there's 2 tiers within county commissioner. In both cases, there is a trust fund, and if finance is listening, I know that we can't have a true trust fund under Florida law, but they are called trust funds for both of these programs. They're provided by a variety of sources, but in both cases, there is a requirement that appropriations be made to true these up, to make sure there's enough funding to pay out what a candidate has agreed to receive in exchange for abiding by the program requirements. Switching to qualification and participation for a candidate, both of them require the candidate to be opposed. Both programs, Florida and Miami-Dade, provide that only certain types of contributions qualify. There are geographic restrictions in both cases. So in Florida, it's got to be a state resident. There's no cap on the size of the qualification, the contribution that would qualify, but only the first 250 would be matched. The Miami-Dade program, only contributions within a range of $100 to $500 qualify. So one of the features that you'll see in a lot of these programs is they're intended to amplify small dollar contributions, and so that's why in the Miami-Dade program you see this only the 100 to 500 contributions are used as qualifying. Both the state and the county programs limit the types of contributions that can be accepted. Both of them limit a candidate from providing personal funds to the campaign, and the Florida program also limits the ability to accept contributions from political parties at various levels. Both of the programs limit the types of expenditures that you can make. Those can be overall expenditures. Miami-Dade's program has a limit on the public funds specifically, that they can't be used for certain things that would be permissible for private contributions but aren't for the public funds. I'll also note that the Brennan Center, one of the Brennan Center documents that I read about this actually suggests that expenditure limits shouldn't be included in the programs, for what that's worth. And then finally, in the oversight category, both the state and the county programs that I looked at in Florida require additional documentation to substantiate that the qualifying contributions are in fact real. Both of them have an audit requirement, and both have penalties for non-compliance. So if council wanted to implement a program like this in the city of St. Petersburg, to keep in mind generally, the state writes its own laws and is limited only by federal and state constitutional limits. So they have wide latitude to permit a program as they see fit. The Miami-Dade has unique home rule powers among the various counties, so they have the ability to do certain things that no other local government in the state of Florida can do. And so the city has less ability is more restricted in its ability to do this than either of the programs that we looked at. So the memo talks about 3 different issues. The first is general preemption. The city exists because the state says it exists. The city can unless it's prohibited by the federal or state constitutions, it can restrict the city's ability to do almost anything. And it could say that a public campaign finance program isn't allowed at any time and for any reason. So that's the case for any program that this council would ever look at. So that's not unique to this, but is something to keep in mind, I think, in view of the state's recent attempt to cancel this at the state level. And there's even, we see lots of preemption in the election context. There's currently a bill pending that would force local governments to go onto the even year election cycle and strip the local government's ability to pick their own election dates. So that's the headwind that we'd be going into with a program like this. The second legal issue that I brought up was the statutory contribution limit. Under state law, candidates for a municipal election are limited to $1,000 per person. Now, person is a key word. In most cases under state law, person does not include government. It includes individual people, flesh and blood people. It includes corporate entities that are formed by and made up of people. It usually doesn't include governments. And I think in this context, it would have to not include governments, because if that were the case, it would prohibit candidates from the state matching program from getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars from the state matching program. So I think in this case, for a matching type program or a grant type program where the money was going directly from the government to a candidate under a formula provided by law, I don't think that statutory $1,000 per contribution per person limit would be an issue. Voucher programs, slightly more complicated because it's the vouchers going to the person and then the person's giving the voucher to the campaign, and then the campaign redeems that for money. There could be an argument that that voucher should be counted against the contribution limit per person. And if we were going to go down that road, we would want to seek some legal guidance from the Division of Elections on that. The frequency of that guidance has dropped off sharply over the last few years from the Attorney General's office and the division. But we would certainly, if we were to go down that road, we would certainly still attempt to get it. The final legal consideration are the statutory, the preemption of municipal contribution limits. At a state, there is a state preemption that was enacted several years ago that says that local governments can't enact contribution limits that differ from the statutory standards. That was what actually led to the city repealing its local campaign fine ordinance that was on the books for a couple of years. And again, I think we would seek guidance from the state if we were to do something like this to see if that applied here. If the city was going to go down this road, there are a lot of policy questions that would be driving that. So the Brennan Center reports, the General Accounting Office reports talk about this at a very high level. There's generally a correlation between the type of program that you're going to pick and what is the main thrust of your program. So grant programs, by giving a lump sum of money, they're seen as the best tool to reduce barriers to entry for a potential candidate, including ones that don't have a lot of connections, don't have a lot of fundraising experience. If you collect a certain amount of contributions, here's a big chunk of money to get your campaign going. Matching programs are seen to amplify the impact of smaller contributions. You still have to do that small dollar fundraising. The more of it you do, the more matching you get. So you still have to do the fundraising, but it can amplify the impact of smaller contributions. And then the voucher programs are seen to expand overall citizen engagement by allowing citizens who would not normally have the disposable income to participate in the electoral process by making contributions. It would give them it would allow them to direct funding towards certain candidates and not others. That's the big question, because that drives what some of the other policy considerations council would have to look at. On the funding and revenue side, how much funding would be available to each candidate? What would the formula be? What would the matches be? Or what would the grant amounts be? Would it differ from candidate, the office to office? Would it differ based on primary versus general? If it was match, are there different matching ratios, and where would you switch from one to the other? And then the big question, where would the funding come from? The the next bucket of qualification and participation requirements, council would need to look at, is the decision to participate irrevocable? If not, what happens if a candidate that started down this road and started to receive public funding wanted to get out of the program, to go back to the default rules and stop abiding by it? How would you unwind that? Would you ask for additional certification or training from a candidate or candidate treasurers? In terms of the qualifying contributions, which is really a key feature of the matching and grant type programs, what's the number? Are they limited to certain amounts? Are they just contributions from a flesh and blood person, a natural person, as it's called in law sometimes, or would a business work? Is there a geographic limitation? We have a unique structure in St. Petersburg elections where we essentially have a closed primary based on geography and then a general election that's citywide. So for a matching program for a council office, if there was a geographic limitation, would it be based on the district or would it be citywide? Under the charter, ultimately, candidates do represent the city as a whole. Do they need to reach a certain threshold in the aggregate, or is just the amount of those contributions enough? Would there be limits on contributions to the campaign, which I mentioned earlier, may be preempted? Would there be limits on expenditures? Both of the state programs we see have them, but we've got at least one outside group suggesting that that's not a good feature, that you should allow campaigns to spend as much as they want. And if you do have limits on the expenditures, are those limited to all of the funds that the candidate has, or are those limited to just the public funds, as we saw for Miami-Dade? And then finally, for the oversight category, questions that council would want to ask and then answer. What sort of additional documentation would be required for the contributions? Are there other types of documentation that you would want from a candidate related to the other requirements? Is there an audit requirement? Is it mandatory or discretionary? Is the audit going to happen, or is it just the city would have the right to do it? Is this available all the time or just after the election? Would the scope of the audit be limited to the public funds or all of the campaign funds? And then the biggest question is enforcement. And one of the things that we saw when we had campaign finance on the books several years ago was, unlike the state, which has multiple entities that are charged with enforcing our election laws to one extent or another, each of which has its own enforcement powers and investigatory powers, the city doesn't have that sort of subpoena power. So we would be relying on the agreement between the city and the candidate to participate in the program in exchange for receiving the public funds, and it would be a matter of essentially contract. Well, you promised if we gave you these public funds, you would agree to provide these things in return, and now you're not doing it. But that would be enforced through essentially contract action rather than some sort of inherent police power to investigate and issue subpoenas and dig into the details. So based on those policy decisions, if that's something the committee and ultimately council wants to pursue, we would develop an ordinance for consideration by the committee and for council. And although this could be placed in the charter as a long-standing requirement, that step is not required, and a simple ordinance would be enough to implement a program like this. And with that, I appreciate your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Brett, for that extensive explanation. I'm starting to get flashbacks of the conversation we have about the appointment process that Councilmember Gabbard and I started with all the detail. When you start talking about elections and you start thinking about all the rabbit holes that you can go down, and the more you were talking, the more we're thinking about the appointment process that we started, that we still, by the way, haven't finished. So thank you for that. Before I get to some questions, I wanted to actually bring up, Councilmember Floyd actually talked a little bit about it, but I want to give some numbers because I was curious how much we saved, how much voter participation increased based on the changes. And Councilmember Floyd talked about the $1 million, obviously, that we saved, but I pulled up the last races so we know what numbers we're talking about, changing our elections so it coincides with the governor's race or the presidential race, the state and federal races. So back in 2019, when you had District 1, 3, 5, and 7 up for election, you had voter turnout of little bit over 33,000 in District 1, a little bit over 34,000 in District 3, a little bit over 33,000 in District 5, and in District 7, a little bit over 33,000, okay? After the change this year, the districts that ran, which is again District 3, District 5, and District 7, we have the council members here that won those districts. The change caused the number of people to participate from the low 33s to 116,000, a little bit over that in District 3, 114,000 in District 5, and in District 7, 114,000. That's a huge change. So there is no question that the change caused a big difference in voter participation. The elections that happened for my district and the other districts that run at the time as the mayor runs are usually a little higher because the mayor was running. And I expect those to also go up as incrementally as the ones that went up. So I just want people to understand the participation rate is hugely different. So that's important to know. In terms of the money spent, I pulled up some of the numbers, and since we were talking about what is the effect of the changes, District 5 was around $110,000, $111,000 between the top two candidates. Councilmember Fig Sanders is here, and the person who ran against her. District 3, the highest was 130,000, and the second highest was 82,000. But in District 7, the person who won spent the least, and that was $17,000. So it just, to me, it's really interesting to kind of look at the numbers and where they are at. And so if you actually break that down by voter participation, your cost to reach people is actually lower because more people participated, and your cost to reach everyone is much lower. My race, when I ran, I couldn't get all the numbers from those races. I had to put in, and I was told over $100,000 to run for a city council race. And I think most people probably here agree. When they talk to candidates, they're gonna say, when you're consultants, they're gonna say, you're gonna have to spend around $100,000. By the way, I was gonna meet my 100,000. My opponent had put in 250-something thousand at the end in my race. And my consultants were like, well, he's putting in X amount of money. I'm like, I'm done. This is an arms race. You told me 100,000. I'm not raising any more money. And I stopped raising money because at some point, there's only so much money you can put into something. And that's it. And so it's interesting because sometimes you see candidates who put in more money and lose, and sometimes it works out the other way around. And so I just want to kind of throw that out there because it would be interesting to hear everyone's perspective. Obviously, everyone here has run for office. But the fact that we're thinking about kind of looking at this and seeing, how we're going to change this and whether it's going to make any specific changes, whether to the system that may cause, these things to kind of move the needle in any of these things. How does that affect these things in terms of voter participation, allowing outside money? How does that kind of fix some of the issues that have been raised? And if those issues are really issues that kind of affected these races here, because this was the only race after we changed the election that we can actually have an example. So I just kind of threw that out there and before we got started, but I think Councilmember Harding, you were the first one that raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Floyd, for bringing this up. It's a very, very interesting topic that I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about, which I shouldn't have because Brett changed all that. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very in-depth, and I think I understand much better. I struggle. I understand why Councilmember Floyd brought this. I wrap my hands around that. I struggle with the other side. On its basic level, the idea that public funding would be used for Me Too at its very basic level apply for a job. I struggle with funding that. How that money gets used is irrelevant, and the public perception of that as well. And the other thing that I'm working through is that elected positions uniquely don't exist the same way that every other job in this room exists. In order for Brett to apply for the job, he had to have a law degree in the very beginning. And to apply for to run for office, there is no prerequisites of any kind in terms of bringing skills. And so the election itself becomes that limiting factor, and there are things that go into that qualify you for the job. I am very interested in listening to what my colleagues have to say. I am inclined to pass, but I would like my opinion to be swayed. Thank you, Chair.
Committee member. Okay, so no other committee member. Oh, I mean, I was just giving to committee first. You, Chair, you want to wait? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Floyd, and then Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I was just going to add some follow-up because Brett did give us quite a thorough explainer. My intent is to get feedback from committee members, and before I ask legal and myself to dive in a hole that says we will design something. Right. Yeah, I want to hear the feedback first because it would be something complicated to design. But Brett told us a lot of things, but I think that my key takeaway is that if we were to move forward, I would work with him to present the most simple and easily administrable possibility with some options so that we could design it together as a group, but really try not to bring anything too complicated. For example, there was conversations about ensuring that funds are spent on specific items. I personally wouldn't support something like that because I feel it would be very hard to administer, or contribute, or expenditure caps. I think they're legally questionable and difficult to administer, so I wouldn't bring anything like that. Also think they're not advisable based off of the stuff that Brennan Center said, like with things like political committees nowadays, there's no way we can actually limit people's expenditures. So while there is a lot of considerations, I think I would bring something forward that's very, very simple and as digestible as possible in order to, like Vice Chair Hanowitz said, avoid us going on like this forever. And then just two comments about the couple of things that have been said by committee members so far. One is, to your point, Councilmember Hanowitz, about the cost of elections, like in each one. It's and like, the changing the cost. It's less about like the individual elections and more about the trend that we've experienced as a city over the last like decade. And then the other thing is to Councilmember Harding's thing about the public perception. I think that question's just completely answered by, and that was why I waited till after the last election to have this discussion, because if the public had, in St. Pete or across the state, had voted to end the state's campaign financing program, I would have just been like, never mind, we'll remove this from the furlough list. But I waited until we got those results, and what we saw was a majority of people in every single precinct in St. Pete supported the state program. And so that's why I thought the public perception question, I waited till we got a pretty definitive answer on that before I brought it forward. So anyway, I'll leave it there for now. But yeah, again, my intent is to just get feedback because this could be a lot of work. And, if people are interested, I'm willing to go do that work with legal. And I think legal's willing to do it with me as well. I think that Brett enjoyed having this conversation. And so that's my intent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. So I thought this was really interesting, being one of those first candidates that actually ran in the off cycle, that I got so much warning against doing so. But in order to save the city money, I guess that was beneficial. First, lived experience, and I'm looking at your concerns, Councilmember Floyd, when you talk about the escalation of costs. It was. My first campaign won with maybe $42,000. And that's because it was a earning competition of the candidates. You know, it wasn't based on the district. It was based on the candidates. So we may have been equally financially capable, and that was because I think that candidate was like 44. So that's where that came out. This particular race, I had a lot of support as an incumbent, but then they were financially, they had money. Like that. So that raised that particular district. It wasn't that District 5 changed, it was the candidates that caused that number to go up. So I don't know how we can control that. A race being overshadowed, yeah, kind of, sort of, and it worked on my behalf. The smaller ones, because all the panels and things were concentrating on, you're absolutely right, the higher races. So it is your concern, but in my experience, it is a fact. I'm kind of in agreement with Councilmember Harding about and I just heard you talk about the public perception. If I had to take campaign dollars, I wouldn't want to take it from taxpayers that didn't intentionally directly give it to me. When people supported me, they supported me, and I appreciated that. And I was able to maneuver my expenses based on what my experiences were as a candidate and running. So keeping something, trying to keep it consistent amongst candidates is that a part of the purpose? Is that the fundraising piece, you want everybody to be on the same level? I'm just trying to grasp the overall.
Making it easier for people who don't have connections to participate in our electoral process is a big part of that.
Gotcha, okay. So I'm thinking about this, because as I'm reading it, I'm still trying to compare this to lived experience. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, but I'm still not in that same realm yet about using public funds for someone that, one of the things that I'm in here, one of the things about running for office is, I know you might not already have the money, but a hard work comes with that, and the majority of that hard work is fundraising. Hate it, hate it, hate it. But how much skin would be in the game if someone just gave you money to run for office? Now, the positive side of that is that you have some very good candidates, very good potential candidates that just can't seem to raise that money, and we're keeping their voices silent because they're concentrating on the dollars. So that's why I said, when I read this, I was just kind of very confused as to how I think about it, especially after the last experience. Because you're right, my finances was like 3 times what I had to raise the first time. So I'm still confused, and I just want to hear what everyone else says about it. But my experiences in running, I'm still struggling with going by that state program. Thank you, Chair.
Good points, Councilmember Fig Sanders, because it is true in terms of like who is in the race depending on how much you have to raise. In my race, my opponent was worth millions of dollars, so he had put in a ton of money. But you're going back to, I think, some of the things that have been said. What's interesting about our city council races is we have to run in our primary, which means it's a closed primary. It's what, 30-something thousand, 33,000, 35,000 people in the district around there.
More now, I think.
Maybe more now, whatever the numbers are, but somewhere around there is what you're running in terms of your primary. And I think when you start seeing kind of what happens, the district really has to know you, which I think kind of helps candidates, even when people do have money, because we've had people that do have money come in, people that actually know you in the area, because that happened in my district. And I just wanted to kind of like talk about a little bit like what Councilmember Fig Sanders said. That happened when I ran, but people in my district, I was engaged in my district. People knew me, and I think that made a world of a difference. when I ran. And so I think those things are intangibles that, especially in a closed primary, do really matter because of the way our system is, and every other system, you know, however by the way, Miami-Dade County, you're talking a much bigger, broader subsection of people, or even the state in terms of reaching voters. The voters we reach, the most of the time, they're probably going to know us much better than they do at the state or county level, whatever. But I think those kind of things are just some intangibles that some of the council members and committee members here are touching upon from their experiences. So just wanted to kind of add to Councilmember Fig Sanders and what she said, because I found the money thing that issue happened in my race, and I knew it was an arms race. At some point, there's only so much you could do. But Chair Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. Clarifying question real quick, Brett. So these three programs, no matter which you choose, doesn't preclude you from accepting a donation from a business, an organization. It just enhances smaller donations essentially, or gives you a lump sum if you hit some certain metric. Am I getting that right?
There are a few programs out there that once you've accepted the money, those are the full grant or clean democracy. The idea being like those are really focused on trying to eliminate the perception of public interests.
Yeah.
Like, well, I got all my money from the government, no individual bought me, and those are sometimes referred to as clean campaigns. Those obviously would be very expensive, and I think you'd see are more likely to see those in places that have a cap, like an existing cap on how much a candidate could raise. We don't have that in Florida. It's a per donor cap, so that would be very difficult to implement one of those. Some of them do. Both of the Florida programs, the state program and the Miami-Dade program, do put limits on how much you can give to yourself.
Yeah, I saw that.
And the Miami-Dade one or the Florida one has a limit on how much you can get from political party. A lot of these were designed prior to Citizens United, prior to the super PAC, so that's like another something that's off to the side is, as Councilmember Floyd mentioned, there are other avenues out there that unlimited monies can be spent in support of or
Yeah,
in
I mean, that's
opposition
kind of where I was
to-
dovetailing to, which is, it also doesn't preclude you from using soft money.
None of these programs touch on that. They don't. This is really, these are the traditional, true, directly under the control of the candidate's campaign funds.
Okay.
And you can ask them to forego certain types of outside donations, but it's not you don't have to have that as part of any of these.
Okay. That's where I'm struggling. I'm struggling in a couple of different areas, and by the way, I appreciate this much more than I thought I would. And so, I at the beginning of it, I was not enthusiastic to have this conversation, but frankly, I've learned a lot, and going through this, I certainly was open to the conversation. I appreciate both your memo, Councilmember Floyd, and your memo, Brett. But I just think we're trying to simplify, and it's going to make things more complicated. Now a candidate could get a matching grant from the city, or excuse me, a match or a grant, either or, depending on the program, if we moved forward with one. And I could still take in thousands of dollars from special interests, so I could do both. I don't love that. And then I could still raise as much money as I wanted to in a PAC. And so that those things don't jive to me, and then also, and I hate to put it this way, but I just some quick math. If we had done, let's just say we had done a match program in the last election, and half of the donations were available for a match, then we would have spent over $250,000 on people that aren't sitting here today. just if 50% of those were match eligible. And I hate to use that as the example because it's certainly not a waste of money, because the more people running, the better ideas come out of the election, and I think better people come out of the election. But I think going back to Councilmember Harding's point, I mean, we're giving money away to apply for a job that you're not going to get. There are going to be some people that don't get the job, and that doesn't sit well with me. And so, you know, I was very lucky last year where I went unopposed in a special election. There were 4 people in the primary, and you know, I worked my butt off in that election, and so I think I raised just about the same amount of money as my general election opponent, and I really think it had nothing to do with the money. I think I just worked harder, but you know, I'm biased. So anyway, I'm glad we had this conversation. I was significantly more open to it coming into it today, but just where I'm at this point, I think it was good to look at it, but I think it just makes things more complicated, and I would rather save the 1.1 million than have it go back out the door again. So that's where I'm at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So there were a couple of concerns that I haven't touched upon yet that I had. You just mentioned the super PAC issue. And the other thing, because this doesn't prevent super PACs, the other thing that is outside groups helping candidates. So Brett, obviously, outside groups could go and put their resources behind a candidate and help them. That doesn't stop it either.
No, those are outside the scope of a program like this.
Right. So you can have candidates and tons of resources are put by outside groups to help candidates all the time. And so you have that, you have super PACs. And some of this, I mean, the outside group helping sometimes you don't see in the numbers. And so that doesn't prevent any of that. But the other big concern I had, and there are issues, is some of the enforcement problems on this issue. And the enforcement issue meaning you're running a race and we have no investigatory powers, no police powers, no subpoena powers. You may do contract, they violate the contract. How do you enforce that? And then you're in the middle of a race and the candidate wants to go ahead and accuse another candidate of not following that contract or doing something and claiming violations are occurring. And what is our power, which we have none, to actually resolve that issue? And it could be politically charged, and then you're bringing in the city somehow. That is not resolved for me in any of this, because the state program, they have enforcement methods. We have none. And campaigns get ugly. And people make accusations, and valid or not valid, and now we're bringing in another way for someone to make an accusation against someone that could be unfounded, and we have no way. We've created this rule, and then we have no way to do anything about it. And so that is extremely concerning to me about it. So, and I think this is a wonderful exercise, because I will tell you, I had no idea. First of all, this is a lot of information, a lot of analysis. I thought it's a great conversation to have in terms of analyzing the choice we made. We made a choice, and by the way, I think some of us were like, did we do the right thing after we had the vote of changing the election from odd years to even years? Because I'm pretty sure at some point we didn't know how it was going to turn out, and now we've seen an election happen, and frankly, it was extremely active, all the candidates in terms of all the races. You had a variety of people run those races, and 3 of those people that won the races are here today. And some of them didn't raise the most money in their race. And so I'm trying to figure out what issue we're solving, because the issue that was raised, which was, okay, candidates have to spend more money, it's not necessarily they're spending more money. It depends on the race you're running and who you're running against. And there's so many other factors. It's not, I spent more money in 2020 running for my 2021 running for that race. And so I spent $120-something thousand. That's more than some people spend on the races this time around. And I think that had partly to do with my district. And every district is going to be different because sometimes, depending on the district and who's running, it's going to be more expensive to run in a district because you're going to have people that are probably going to be putting more resources or whatever candidate runs against you. So I think those are variables that affect also how much money you put in. Everything's getting more expensive, no question about it. And you're right, there are things that are getting more expensive, and races are. Everything is getting more expensive. But when I look at the numbers and what people spend, and I think of what I spent in 2021, I spent more than a lot of the people that ran in any of these races. And so for me, and am I gonna spend more? I will tell you this, if I have to spend much more than what I spent, I'm not gonna wanna run. I mean, at one point I'm gonna be like, that's it. Like I told my consultants last time, I'm not spending any more money because it's either people like you or they don't, and money only gets you so far. So I said that then when I ran. I still believe it. I think the residents here know the people that are running in their district, and usually the top two are the people that kind of either get their message, and also the people in those districts know, because we don't have to reach a whole state, a whole county. And I think all of us probably got to know our district and our neighborhoods very well when we were running our races. So, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just speaking as the candidate who spent the least amount of money to get here, I think it's important to note, Councilmember Floyd, I certainly understand your intent with this new business item, but just, I don't know, as a fiscal conservative, I find it difficult to spend taxpayer dollars on something like this, especially when you take the chance of electing ideological extremists, folks who exacerbate political organizations and positions. It's a tough argument, but to everyone else's point, I mean, the way I got here was hard work. It was my skill set, and it was merit. I ran against a candidate who was well-funded, outraised me, probably quadrupled what I raised, had the name recognition. And so it wasn't necessarily the connections, because he had twice as many, if it's not probably 3 times as many connections as I had, but I worked hard. I showed up. I did what he didn't do, and that's what got me here. I certainly don't want to handicap anyone, but I don't want to give anyone else any more of an advantage than what we had. We all had to work hard to get here. And I certainly think that's what we need to do is push hard work. I don't know. I think we have to focus on the broader issue here, and to me, this doesn't address that issue. It's about spending limits on campaigns. You know, you should not have to spend $100,000 on a job that pays $60,000. You know, it's the morality. And I certainly understand what you're trying to get to here, but we got to look at enforcement, just like every other ordinance or law that we pass. You know, how is it going to be enforced? Who's the burden that has to be bore here? It's tough. So right now, I mean, I wouldn't mind having a deeper conversation, especially about how we're going to fund this. So I would support bringing it to council.
Councilmember Floyd?
Yeah, I'll just wrap up in that. One is I want to go back to like conversations around enforcement. Those enforcement conversations are applicable when we have spending limits and limits to and limits as to what you can spend the funds on. And I would not support any of that because we don't have the enforcement mechanism. And the organizations that study this issue do not advise those limits because of the exact problems you described. The way that I think about this is the way that I think we think about a lot of things that happen at City Hall. We are, to say it nicely, severely limited in our legislative and regulatory powers because of state preemption. So we choose to do incentivization instead. We had a discussion about LDRs earlier today, and we were talking about bonuses that we give if you do certain things, things like that. It's a similar conversation in that we're simply like using public money to encourage a certain behavior. So, if you are saying you get a match for every small dollar donation, we're encouraging you to lean on small dollar donations instead of big money from outside organizations. It's that kind of idea that we're not able to regulate, and that's why I brought something like this forward, because if we're able to regulate, oh my God, I would be like, no super PACs, no outside organizations, individuals only, $100 donation limit, things like that. But we're not able to, so that's why I brought this forward, because it's the next best alternative, which we've seen used a similar situation over and over again. I also brought it forward because I'm not speculating when I say the public supports a program like this. It's not speculation. Every precinct in this city supported the continuation of the state program. And so, the argument that voters and the public are going to struggle with it holds no water. And then the only other thing I'd say is that the core problem is not something individual or unique to our city or the elections that take place in our city. The core problem is American democracy is bought and paid for by the highest bidder, period. 96% of people who win elections in this country are the people who raise the most money. And so that's yes, this is not going to end that. This is not going to, this is not going to be the end all be all to that problem, but it's the only step that we can take in that direction. And it's one that repeatedly the public shows is one of the top issues that we have. And this is the only way that we legally have to attack it. And that's why I proposed it. The only thing I would say going forward is I could spend some time figuring out exactly the contours of what's possible for us, and then briefly present it later on, because I do think right now this is a really broad conversation, but I brought us a really broad conversation because I simply needed feedback in the sunshine. Like, I can't get it any other way. And so I brought us a really broad conversation before I went down any rabbit holes to bring us something that we maybe spend a lot of time on. I can bring us something simple and say, this is what I would recommend, and we can get instant feedback. But it might be that me and Brett sit down to do it, and we feel like, based off of today's feedback, I'm going to rewatch this meeting later and read the minutes as well, that we might not feel comfortable with that. So I'll leave it there for now. But I've heard people loud and clear. I think the hurdles are quite large, so I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'll spend some time working on it.
Councilmember Fake Sanders.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't forget both of my points. The first one is to your example of we incentivize people all the time. Generally, the result of those incentives, we garner a benefit from it. This, if we incentivize new candidates to run, if they lose, they lose. We get nothing from that. There's no return on that investment from that person walking away. They were interested in running for office. I get it, but we don't get anything as a city. How we could benefit from this, and I want you to consider this. If we as a city, we contracted and make agreements with other organizations all the time. If there are individuals that want to run for office, they don't have the dollars to run for office, there's a incentivization right there. You get yourself prepared. You know how we give grants and microfunds and all this other kind of stuff, that are people that are actually ready, they're bought in to move it to the next step or the next level. Well, if they need those desired entry funds to now be able to compare or to compete with others that are coming into the race, well, there you go. They've gone through, because we do it all the time. We outside contract other organizations to prepare that candidate or not candidates, because this is the first, but those programs, consider doing that. That's just a thought. because I still have a problem with the taxpayers' dollars and us losing, because Chair Gertis, when he put it in dollar terms, that made a huge impact. But I always, I already was not at that point where I would say I would move it forward. What I would do is love to hear, and I'm not putting any more work on you, Brett, but I would love for you all to have a conversation to bring us a couple of more options to consider, because again, I'm going back to my grassroots experience of having to start from round one and losing the possibility of, just in case you all haven't realized it, we're finding a hard time finding people to actually run for office. And I can only imagine the finances is one of those reasons. Not just finances, but they gotta be qualified too. We need good people. But I would love to see if there are some options that we could work to help incentivize some of those that would love to run for office and they need help. And I'm not saying our help, I'm saying assistance to get to that next level, because we need those in this political arena, and like you said, not the ones that were bought by the highest dollars, because I've seen it. Just because you raise the most money does not guarantee a win. Council, Vice Chair Hannah was absolutely correct. It's your connection in that area that you're running in. So I would ask that we continue this conversation after you all have had that, because I'm not going to just say no, because I would love to see how we can assist in other ways. So I'll leave that request there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Gertis, and then Council Member Givens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to find a middle ground where I'm okay having a further discussion. I wanted to provide my feedback if you were going to go do that. I would have no program in the primary, and so no funding whatsoever come from the city in the primary. And it would be a cap, and it would be a small, I say small, $25,000 to $50,000 in the general election. I'm open to that conversation. I still don't like spending the money, but when I think about the most you're going to have is 4, maybe 5 if you had a special, and then 5 if you have the mayor. When I think about 1.1 million of savings and you're spending 250, I'm open to the conversation, but I'm not open to it in the primary, in the district, because frankly, I don't think how much money you raise in the primary matters. It's knocking on doors. And so, and I know we may have a fundamental difference on that, and I'm okay with it, but I wouldn't be comfortable in a 6-person primary having half the match come in the primary and then half the match coming later, or whatever we decided to do. I'm just not comfortable with it. So in the spirit of trying to find a path to a middle ground, that would be my feedback. So thanks, Madam Chair.
Sure. Councilmember Givens?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't have my hand
Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Anyone else? Councilmember Floyd.
I appreciate that, Chair Gertis, actually. You raise a good point. There is a unique wrinkle to our electoral system in St. Petersburg that I don't personally like. The citywide general election after the district election, and my problem with it is you get a year to introduce yourself to the district, which is a lot easier by knocking on doors. And then you have 10 weeks, 5 weeks before mail ballots come out to introduce yourself to a group of a population 10 times the size of the city. You make a very good point. I personally have knocked on 10,000 doors in this city, and it is a very difficult situation, and you get no time to do that in the general election. So you do present a very interesting perspective there. I'll just take that in mind. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I appreciate it. And Councilmember Fig Sanders as well, you presented a very interesting idea also. This is the kind of feedback I was hoping to solicit from this conversation.
Yeah, and it's funny because Chair Gertis said that, and I was thinking to myself, because when I was talking in terms of our districts when we're running, I don't think there is an issue in our districts, and I think people need to know you. And if you decide to run for office one day and you hadn't done anything in your district, that's on you. Like, I just, okay, I want to run for office, but I think people should be engaged. It's not just that year that you're running. I think a lot of us and a lot of people end up there through a long process. And that involves some community engagement in whatever form that may end up being in your community. So that's where I'm like, in the district, when I see people running, you know, the people that have been there and have worked it and are part of the district, and the general is much more difficult, obviously, to get your name out. So I agree with that. So it'll be interesting to see, what you come up with. But I just wanted to kind of add to that in terms of the running for your primary in your district, how I felt about that. The general does have it's more reach. Okay. Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. Yes.
So two points briefly. One, just generally on Councilmember Fig Sanders, on your suggestion to leverage outside organizations. The problem with that in this context is that contribution limit that I talked about. We can give money directly to people because we're not a person under campaign finance law. The moment an external group starts getting involved, they are a person and they can give no more than $1,000 to an individual candidate, whether it's direct cash or even in-kind support. So that's where you can start to run into that. We'll look at it, but I just wanted to manage expectations on that.
And just for the record, Chair Gertis was being very, very generous when he said $25,000, because initially I would think a high number to get someone started. That wouldn't have been my recommendation. So I would still like to see what the donation limits could be even in that case, because if they're starting, they're doing just that. They're starting. They're getting financial support. So I didn't give a dollar amount.
And the other thing is, in the interest of keeping this at a high level, what we bring back for further discussion could be, if the committee is open to it, not full-blown legislation with all of like the super precise, making sure the comma is in the right place, and more of a conceptual model to look at, which would make it a little bit easier potentially to digest several options. So I'm happy to work with Councilmember Floyd on that. I'm happy to do the work. I'm here to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Attorney Pettigrew, like always, you've given us a lot of food for thought in your memo, and Councilmember Floyd, you have as well in terms of this issue, based on a decision that City Council made to change the elections. I'm glad that we are having this conversation, and we'll continue this conversation like we're continuing the other conversation on appointments. And if there is nothing else from the committee or anyone else, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lassing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there is Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the Neighborhood Association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the Neighborhood Association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete. Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building and out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, "You do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas." If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit. It's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved. But I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about a coin flip where Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter demands. And so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
the
overnight.
The second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
it really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated. Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
it's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward. Methodically, the intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here is called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year.
Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold or be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, maybe not in very good shape.
We African-American police officers were always assigned to work in the African-American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected. And, you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African-American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniformed officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniformed officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African-American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have 1 African-American chief now, and they had 1 previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. And I see these 12 faces together as unity. We was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca City,
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity. No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious. Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere, you just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't. Like Moneybag Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
I'm Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We we want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
that agenda.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6 Gina Driscoll, District 7 Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We will call to order the March 6, 2025 City Council meeting to order. If we could do a roll call, please.
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Fig Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard.
Okay. Today we'll have our invocation given by Imam Abdul Ali from the Tampa Bay Muslim Association, followed by a moment of silence to honor our fallen first responders. Then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand.
Greeting to all. Before I make the prayer, I would like to make an announcement and invite you all to our 7th annual St. Petersburg Iftar Dinner, March the 18th at 6 p.m. at the St. Petersburg Coliseum. The theme for our dinner is breaking bread together with peace, justice, love, and compassion for all. And if ever there was a time for us as a people to sit down and come together, we're living in that time. So you all please come and be with us. At this time, I'd like to pray, and I'd like to begin. This is the month of fasting, the month of Ramadan. So we greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum, which means God peace be with you. And the next time we come, that will be a test to see y'all, if all of you learned that. May we pray. With our Lord, the Creator's name, the merciful benefactor, merciful Redeemer, the Lord, our Lord of all world, and system and all the systems of knowledge, and his servants, and there were many, but they all are from one family. The praise belongs to him, our Lord, and we beg for your mercy, and we beg for your forgiveness. During this holy month of Ramadan, the month of fasting, may you continue to bless and guide the mayor of our city, the members of city council, this administration, and all who work for the betterment of all citizens in this wonderful city of St. Petersburg. Ramadan called for us to address the poor, those who are in need, those who are suffering. So we ask all to join in with us as we reach out to those who need our help and our support. We all was created to know one another, not to despise and reject one another. And we was all created as one human family for peace and justice for all. We ask you, our Lord, to continue to bless the women and men who protect us, who wear uniform, who serve us locally, who serve us in this country and abroad. The first responders, may you continue to bless us, O Lord, and bless all of those who are working for our safety and for a better country and a better America. As we pray in your name, we say, Amen.
Please join me in a moment of silence for firefighter Abner L. Daughtry. Last alarm, March 4th, 1954. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Imam, thank you so much for the invocation. Thank you for joining us
so much
today. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us adding G6 and H2. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Seeing as no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to pass the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any speakers on consent?
We do have one speaker, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go to the one public speaker, and then we'll go to Councilmember Floyd.
Pete Bolin, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pete Bolin from 29 3rd Street North, Mary Margaret's Old Irish Tavern, St. Pete's quintessential Irish pub. Just for the record, I want to state this is not a Boston hat. This is a St. Patrick's Day hat. Just I wanted to make that clear for the clerk. Thank you for the opportunity to address the dais today regarding this important matter, the celebration and support of Irish heritage in our beautiful community, with the Florida Department of Transportation street closure permit for St. Patrick's Day on March the 17th. As we all know, St. Patrick's Day is more than just a festive occasion or a drinking holiday. It represents a rich tapestry of our culture, history, and community shared not only in Ireland, but around the world. St. Pete has a proud and vibrant Irish-American community that we are proud to celebrate. This festive occasion fosters unity and joy, bringing together residents from all walks of life and backgrounds where everybody can be Irish for the day. Continuing to support a free St. Patrick's Day event like this one enriches our community spirit during one of the busiest times of the year and after a harrowing storm season. It provides benefit for local businesses, helps to promote tourism, and importantly, encourages our youth to engage with their heritage and celebrate diversity. By promoting these events, we showcase our commitment to inclusivity and respect our cultural traditions. Celebrating Irish culture through traditional music, dance, art, food, and a wee bit of Guinness allows us to create a more welcoming environment and space to do so where everyone can come together. Whether it's the sounds of traditional Irish music echoing through our downtown streets or the green-clad revelers and festivities, these experiences create lasting memories and a stronger sense of community. I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to thank the incredibly hardworking and gracious city staff whom have supported not only our efforts with Patty Fest St. Pete at Williams Park since day one, but also with their support to create this traditional Irish St. Pat's special event on the holy day itself. They have helped every step of the way on how to get to a yes. I would not be here today without the support of Evan Morey, April Grasso, Ted Civil, and all their colleagues, especially City Attorney Heather Judd, throughout the administration. So today I graciously urge you to support the consent agenda item before you. By doing so, we not only honor our Irish culture and support our downtown business community, but also embrace the broader values of inclusivity and in celebration and cultural appreciation that this city is known for. I'm thankful for the opportunity to work together to ensure St. Petersburg remains a city that recognizes and celebrates the rich traditions and contributions of all its residents. Thank you for your attention and consideration to this matter.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. There's a lot of things on this consent agenda. It was quite long, a lot of good stuff, but I wanted to highlight 2 things in particular that are relevant to District 8. The first is CA1, I believe, the library. We are going to actually be purchasing the furnishings for the inside of the library. I'm really grateful to see that. I'm really, it's long overdue, and I'm excited to see that we're making good progress in the library, and I am holding us to making sure it gets open this year for the public. And then the other thing is, I think it's CB16, an agreement for painting bulb outs in the Grand Central District. I'm really excited to see. One thing I've been advocating for the whole time I've been here is increased street safety, particularly in Grand Central, and I'm really excited to see that project move forward. So I just wanted to shout out those 2 things that are on the consent agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, seeing as no other discussion, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to pass the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, let's move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only City residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it's your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do have some speakers, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's call 2 at a time, please, clerk.
2 at a time. First speaker, Dr. Perry G. Washington. I'll bring the microphone over there to you, and the other is Troy Hedgecock. Please, either one, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
All right, I'm here to support the Trails Crossing Initiative. Good afternoon, my name is Troy Hedgecock. I'm a citizen of St. Pete and a homeowner on...
We need your address, please.
2960 Fairfield Avenue South.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay, I started off correctly there. Resident of Palmetto Park. I'm also a member of the Palmetto Park Neighborhood Association. I work with Tara Hubbard, who many of you know, for Take Mar, a local nonprofit organization, as the Sunline Project Coordinator focused on activating the Pinellas Trail. Through Take Mar, I've become a member of the St. Pete Chamber of Commerce. I am also working with the Florida State Office of Greenways and Trails to help recognize St. Pete as a trail town. All of this is a very long way of explaining that I spend most of my time advocating for the Pinellas Trail. I'm very passionate about this tremendous asset we have in St. Pete. I am here personally and on behalf of Take Mar to enthusiastically support the Trails Crossing Initiative. We firmly believe this transformative project will not only convert underutilized parking areas into a dynamic public park at the bare minimum, but by doing so will generate environmental, social, and economic benefits, and really jumpstart trail activation and connectivity in the historic gas plant district. We are excited about new opportunities to embrace public art, encourage diversity, and the potential for unique community programming. I have recently done research and spent time visiting both the Atlanta Beltline and the Miami Underline, and have seen firsthand how this type of development and activation can transform a community. This bold project is exactly what we would love to see more of in St. Pete. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Washington, go ahead.
I'm here to tell you I'm going to sue the city of St. Petersburg.
Dr. Washington, we need your name and address, please.
I refuse to give my name because I don't want the Proud Boys to find my house inadvertently. They're gonna have to work to find my house.
Dr. Washington, we need your name and at least give us your cross streets, please.
Main Avenue and 34th Street.
And your name, please.
Perry G. Washington.
Thank you.
You know them as the Proud Boys. When I grew up, they were the Ku Klux Klan. They still exist. They turned their white cheeks into white shirts. I'm at my home. My fence was destroyed. St. Petersburg police watched this individual destroy my property and would not do anything. And I told them, I called them. They said they did not know it was my property. I told you, guess what? I put all the markets in this state in the ground. I'm a retired 32-year and a half real estate broker. They say, if you say God 3 times, psychiatrists say it's an indicator of you having a mental defect. God. They woke the dog up. Well, the dog fell back with me. You woke me up. I told him, I only wanted to sleep. Leave me alone. Do not mess with me and mine. I went to the chain of command, all the way up to Major Miller. I wanted to speak to the chief of police. I couldn't get the chief. I asked for to the assistant chief. I didn't get the assistant chief. They violated Major Miller's instruction. They were to stay out of it, and it was action. But I'm going to see for her. Now, why? On my birthday, guess what I was? In jail. Because they arrested me for the I put.
Thank you, Dr. Washington.
Thank you.
Next 2 speakers, please.
Last speaker, Kathy Harrelson. Please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon. Kathy Harrelson. I'll give you the cross streets. 26th Street and 32nd Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The heat is on. We're experiencing a heat island effect that is affecting not only our heat, but our rainfall and the severity of storms that spin up in the Gulf of Mexico. We've kind of become, literally, for every storm that comes into the Gulf or is formed in the Gulf, we're sort of like, hey, we're the hot ticket, come on over. So, time to stop that. Urban forestry and citizen foresters are working hard to plant new trees, and that's necessary. A lot of them along the trail, by the way, where's my trail man, with Takmar. Because a tree absorbs climate-changing CO2 to produce vital oxygen as it stores carbon. It fills the earth with its vertical roots that absorb stormwater. It reflects and absorbs solar radiation, maintains local air quality, contributes to the formation of clouds through vaporization, and lowers the ever-increasing heat index in our city. But we have a sadly diminishing existing urban forest. I'm talking existing big shade trees. We all know how important they are. The really strong ones did not fall over in the storm, and that's important. We have to keep our current urban forests healthy. These are valuable trees we all need to protect. So it's time to stop the chop. I think some of you have heard that expression before, and find a way to keep trees in our landscapes. I'm here to ask that we get busy creating a livable city task force that will pull in city workers, citizens, scientists, business owners, and other experts. I will email all of you the proposal for a livable city task force, and please don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum and move into awards and presentations. We'll have our Flood Awareness Week proclamation given to us by Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank our own floodplain manager, Hannah, for receiving this on behalf of the mayor, or behalf of the city. Whereas St. Petersburg has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of extreme rainfall or tropical system events resulting in flooding in coastal areas, and this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are high-risk special hazard areas or low to moderate risk flood zones. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg is dedicated to proactively safeguarding our coastal communities and preserving the way of life of residents for future generations through comprehensive planning and decisive action. And whereas public education and awareness of potential weather hazards and methods of protection are critical to the health, safety, and welfare of residents, and whereas St. Petersburg is a voluntary participant in the community rating system through the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchase of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce the flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. And whereas the Florida Flood Plan Managers Association has declared the week of March 3rd, 2025 as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for emergencies. Therefore, I, Councilmember Harding, on behalf of Mayor Kenneth T. Welch of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim March 3rd through March 9th, 2025 as Flood Awareness Week in St. Petersburg, and encourage our citizens to increase their knowledge of how to protect themselves and their property from flooding.
Hannah Rebholz, floodplain manager. Really quick, I just want to thank all of you guys for your support. It's been a rough year. We are recovering, and we're recovering stronger than before. And kudos to my amazing team behind me, because it wouldn't have been done without them. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna put Hannah on the spot for a second. We had a neighborhood meeting earlier this week for Yacht Club Estates, one of the neighborhoods that was flooded in District 1, and Hannah was there, and Hannah handled it so flawlessly. I picked some poor words for that sentence. That she got an applause afterwards, after, you know, what can be a heightened emotional conversation, and just Hannah and the whole team, but Hannah specifically. I know there's been a lot of pressure on you over the last few months, and multiple conversations at committees, committee of the whole, city councils, neighborhood meetings, all alike. And I'm just so appreciative for you and the way you handle things, and the way you speak to our residents. It resonates with them that they can see you care just as much as they do. And that goes a long way. And I'm very, very, very appreciative of you and all the work that the team does, but just wanted to give you a special shout out, Hannah. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into new ordinances. E1, an ordinance relating to utility rates and charges. And just as a reminder, City Council, this is first reading. Tom Green, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Read the title.
And I'm sorry, Chan.
Proposed ordinance number 607H, an ordinance relating to utility rates and charges, amending Chapter 27, subsection 27-6 of the St. Petersburg City Code, amending the water charges for leak adjustment relief, adding adjustment relief for abnormal events, adding adjustment relief for abnormal events following a declared state of local emergency, providing for explanation of words, struck through and underlined, establishing a date to begin calculating new charges and applying the new adjustment relief for billing purposes, and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is on March 27th, and we have no cards.
Move approval.
Second.
Seeing as no other Councilmember Floyd.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I hope to get like one-on-one on this before. I assume that you were thinking something along the lines, just so I can fully wrap my head around it.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, and we have a motion and a second, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move into reports. State of emergency update. City Administrator Gertis.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, City Council. It's wonderful to see you this afternoon. As you know, the administration is required to provide a brief report on the state of emergency approximately every 30 days. We did have a brief discussion on this at the Committee of the Whole last week. We did notify you that we were going to extend the state of emergency, mostly so we can extend the waiver of permit fees on damaged properties that were damaged in the storm. And we have extended that waiver of permit fees until June 30th. I know that you received the new state of emergency and the additional memo that outlined that. In addition, we did also decide to keep the language that provides us some flexibility on code enforcement, especially related to domestic equipment in a front yard. If somebody had damage to their home, that they could have an RV or travel trailer there. We did eliminate basically all the other provisions. I know the one that City Council is usually most interested in is we did eliminate the provision for emergency procurement, because we do want to respect City Council's appropriation powers and that you are the appropriate body to appropriate money. We didn't feel like we needed that emergency authority anymore. So with that, we do anticipate now maintaining this very basic state of emergency until the permit fee waiver expires on June 30th. That's our current plan. And we'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Move approval.
I don't think. I just have.
Report.
It's just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just a report, I think.
Oh, okay.
I just had one question. I got a question at Yacht Club neighborhood meeting the other day about lifts being damaged and their boats being in their front yards. Are we also waiving that code along with travel trailers and domestic equipment? I mean, I think it falls under domestic equipment, but.
I can certainly talk to Administrator Foster and Director Wall, and if you want to give me the address,
Yeah.
we'll look into it
Okay.
specifically. I mean, I think we want to be reasonable. Depends maybe how long it's been there and if have they taken any actions to try
Okay.
to remove it. It's
That-
going to be a case-by-case basis.
That's what I assumed, but I figured I'd ask why it was in front of us. Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. And I do appreciate that there would be a little bit of evaluation that takes place, because we do have quite a few people in our city who store their boats on their front lawns and in the front driveway as a practice and not as a fix right now. And so I'd love to see those addressed as well. So, this is a great way to just check and see who really needs the help in this way.
And if any council member has a constituent in this situation, just reach out to us and
Okay.
we'll take a specific look at it.
Very much
you.
appreciated. Thanks for the update. Okay, we'll move into F2, a presentation on Trails Crossing Agreement. And I think we've got Evan Morey and Cheryl Stacks. Cheryl, welcome.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Cheryl Stacks, Transportation Manager for the city. I'm really happy to be here and have an opportunity to bring this exciting project forward to you for your consideration. Efforts to get to where we are today have been underway for a while, so it's a great opportunity it's great to be able to provide you with an update and an overview. So what is Trails Crossing? Trails Crossing is a community-initiated request for a concept that transforms and improves underutilized land under I-275 to connect the Pinellas Trail with adjacent districts in central St. Petersburg. In general, the project goals for Trails Crossing are as listed on the screen. There's a desire to improve the bicycle and pedestrian connections that reduce the effects of I-275 on those modes, a desire to create a real destination that expands on and complements the adjacent districts with its own distinct identity, a desire to activate the underutilized space to provide more significant community benefits, and a desire to implement a best management practices strategy for a public-private partnership as changes are implemented as a part of the project. The maps here show the general location for Trails Crossing under I-275 from north of 1st Avenue North to approximately I-175, with a focus on the 4 blocks from 1st Avenue North to 3rd Avenue South. A key partner in advancing the Trails Crossing project is the Friends of Trails Crossing Group. They've been founded as a not-for-profit organization with a mission to deliver and maintain a first-class cultural park under I-275, consistent with the overall project goals. Their leadership has prior experience in under-highway activation, particularly in partnership with the city and FDOT with the recent implementation of the under I-375 park. So So both the city and the Friends of Trails Crossing Group have recognized the need for a master plan that would guide the implementation of changes in this area. The master plan focuses on those critical blocks from 1st Avenue North to 3rd Avenue South and will provide a blueprint for the infrastructure needs. It'll also provide recommendations for specific action items in a phased approach that is informed by best practices and lessons learned elsewhere. Crucially, it also provides us with a maintenance, operations, and governance strategy that will guide the roles and responsibilities of each of the project stakeholders in the public-private partnership. The city has completed a solicitation for architecture and engineering services to develop the master plan and found that Land Design, Inc. is the most qualified firm. Well, we've negotiated and finalized a scope of services to be performed to create the master plan, and it includes those in the bulleted list here, with data collection and visioning sessions with the community and direct stakeholder engagement, developing frameworks and some design concepts through a design workshop that also has community engagement, and again, that development of that maintenance and operations and governance strategy, and then finally a draft master plan report and a final master plan report. A key element of the master plan will be these various frameworks that'll be developed to cover all areas that need consideration in order for the Trails Crossing project to be successful. So we'll need a blueprint for any recommendations associated with land use and zoning, how people will move through the area, and how it will consider the parking needs, including parking needs that may change over time. Consideration for utilities, infrastructure, and stormwater management will be critical and include resilience recommendations. And finally, we'll have concepts for how the space will provide those added activities desired by the community implemented with high-quality urban design. There are some very specific key considerations that the master plan will have in mind and that will be developed as a part of the master plan development. We certainly need a phased implementation strategy with short, medium, and long-term recommendations on action items that consider existing use agreements that govern the area. So the master plan process will have us working with adjacent stakeholders, particularly those that are under agreement with the city and FDOT for parking, such as Vertical Ventures, and parking needs associated with the Edge District and Grand Central, not to mention the historic gas plant redevelopment. So those will be part of what's considered by the consultant through the course of the community engagement and the stakeholder engagement as a part of the master plan development. So there are a significant number of redevelopment plans that are in this area that will require some phasing consideration too. And then finally, there are some legal requirements associated with the property since it is located within a CRA. To complete the development of the master plan, the city will partner with the Friends of Trails Crossing Group, with each entity providing an equal financial contribution of up to $150,000, and that will cover the AE cost and the city administration of the AE agreement. The city's funding is previously appropriated, and the Friends funding would be phased according to the terms within the proposed funding agreement that was attached to the council item. So the requested action is that council approve the resolution that allows the city to execute the agreements needed to complete the Trails Crossing Master Plan. And with that, Evan and I are here to answer some questions. We also have John Barquette from the Friends of Trails Crossing Group, who's available to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
John Barquette, please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I can't see anymore. Good to see you all now. My name's John Barquette, and I'm located at 615 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North here in the beautiful city of St. Petersburg. Good afternoon, council members, city leaders, and fellow St. Petersburg residents and business owners. I'm a longtime business and property owner here in St. Petersburg for the last quarter of a century. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I also serve on the Board of Governors for the St. Pete Chamber, as well as the MLK Business District and the Sunline Committee. I stand before you here today as a co-founder of Friends of Trails Crossing in appreciation of this council's ongoing support of the Trails Crossing Cultural Park Master Plan, a transformational project that represents an opportunity for our city to bridge its history, culture, and future. For too long, our community has been divided physically, socially, and economically by infrastructure that was never designed with connectivity in mind. The space under I-275 has been an underutilized barrier, but with this plan, we have the power to redefine it as a place of connection, linking multiple neighborhoods and districts, including the Grand Central District, Historic Gas Plant, Warehouse Arts District, Palmetto Park, and Historic Kenwood, as well as Campbell Park, to name a few, to the Pinellas Trail and our vibrant downtown. This is more than a park. It's a cultural landmark in the making. By incorporating green space, public art, and a pedestrian-friendly infrastructure, we are creating a place where people from all walks of life can gather, engage, and celebrate St. Pete's diverse identity. A place that enhances mobility, fosters economic opportunity, and supports our thriving arts community while being sheltered from the sun and rain. The project also aligns with our city's vision for smart growth and sustainability. It will improve walkability, create safer bike routes, and encourage multimodal transportation while activating space that has been neglected for decades. With thoughtful design and strategic investment, we can transform this corridor into a vibrant, accessible, and inclusive destination for residents and visitors alike. We have the vision, the momentum, and the community support to make this happen. I urge you to move forward with the Trails Crossing Cultural Park Master Plan, knowing that your decision today will create a legacy of connection and culture for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm here for any questions.
Okay, great. Councilman Floyd.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, particularly the slide with the funding explanation. That's kind of what I wanted to make sure I had my head wrapped around, because it was, as it was presented to us last time, it seemed like the city was going to do like a contribution, $150,000, and the rest would be privately financed. That's what appears in this plan, and I guess that I'm glad to see that it's still like that. My thinking is once we get to past like a design phase, has there been any conversation about what funding looks like? I know there's supposed to be a lot of private financing in this, and I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Thank you for that. And yes, so the idea and the intent would be equal contributions in the development of the master plan, and then within the scope of services that the consultant will provide, part of their research and best practices would be to look for funding, what other communities have done to fund similar projects in their area. So they'll make recommendation to us as to how we can pursue different types of funding, and that could include from the private sector as well as the public sector. But that'll be a distinct part of the activity of the scope of services from the consultant, is to like get us toward how do we implement this and how do we do it in a way that where other groups have done it successfully.
Okay, thank you for that. Another thing I'll mention is we heard it multiple times about parking and current agreements. I think, and you specifically mentioned Vertical Ventures. Just glad to hear that there's a discussion going on as to how that is going to look in the future, because I did speak with them recently, and from my perspective, it did seem that they were being reasonable, so I don't think that that should become an impediment at all. So I was glad to hear that. And the last thing I'll add is we're moving forward with this right now, and one of the key pieces of the puzzle that it's connecting is the historic gas plant development, and that's kind of up in the air. I just want to ensure like there's no consternation over that. Are we worried? Could that impact the future if we were to not go forward? Or are we just trying to connect a part of our city and we're not giving that much thought, or we're not worrying about that too much right now?
Thank you. I think the master plan activity can certainly move forward now and let us get those conversations underway, especially because it connects not just to the east, but also connects to the west and to the north and to the south. So I think it makes sense for us to start working on this now, and then as those other conversations play out, we can incorporate that within the consideration of the master plan.
Okay, cool. All right, well, thank you very much for that. Just wanted to make sure I had my head fully wrapped around it, and I was ready to go forward. And I look forward to the outcome of this. So I appreciate the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I am fully supportive of the project, John. Thank you for your vision. I think this is really an incredible use of something that has literally been there since we built the interstate. The only concern I have, and Councilman Floyd brought it up as well, is vertical venture. I know that they lease that part. I know it's important to their business. I drove by the other day, and all of their folks were there. Can we be more specific about how we preserve that business?
Well, I think what's incorporated in the scope of services for the consultant to do is to make sure that we're having those stakeholder conversations and allowing enough time for them to understand their needs and what's possible, and how we could, again, look at a phased approach to implementation so that we're making sure that we're accounting for the stakeholders of the project, but also keeping in mind the community benefits.
And I vote yes. John?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Councilmember Harding. I've actually met with Council, former Mayor Kreisman for Vertical Ventures, and we're having ongoing discussions, but we're sensitive, to what they're concerned about with parking, and when you hear about phased development, one of those conversations is right now the spaces that we're talking about, the JDMU lots, that some of that parking right now and for the next 3.5 years is part of the 7,000 surface parking spaces for the Rays and Hines. As the historic gas plant continues to evolve, whatever that outcome looks like, there will be parking. So we recognize that we need to be patient and understanding, and if it means that we start with connectivity and we get lit winding walkways, let's say on the east side of the park to start, and there's still parking components in flex until we get there, that's just a reality of the project. But I also know in dealing with, and I've dealt with many of you on the other park project under I-375, it takes a long time to make these things happen. So, this is planning and community outreach and engagement. So we're excited to get started. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, John, and thank you very much. And again, I really, truly appreciate your vision on this. To be clear from my seat, the project has my full support with the exception of this. I can't sign off on what would put a business out of business if we just took all that parking away without a plan of support for them. So I look forward to how we resolve that going forward, and thank you for being conscious of that and talking with them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I'm so excited that we're at this point, finally. John, thank you for all the work that you've done on this. It was such a pleasure to work with you on the I-375 project, which was almost like a little mini prototype of what could come. If that works, then how big can we go with this? And this is all about reimagining some of these underutilized urban spaces that we, forever until now just kind of ignored and let it stay as these sort of neglected, forgotten areas. And activating that is really important right now, as we don't have a whole lot of land to work with to create new, vibrant, exciting spaces like this that are so open and welcoming to everyone. This is, I look at the project goals, and it's so in line with many of the other projects that we're working on right now, creating better transportation connections and building on the successes of some of our neighborhoods like the Edge District and Grand Central. So, and seeing studying similar projects that are done in other cities, this is truly the St. Pete way of accomplishing that, and I can't wait to see what it looks like in the end. I don't think it will take quite as long. Like, if you scale, even like once you scale it, I don't think that any of us ever thought that I-375 Park would take so long, but Once we got the asphalt part worked out, we were good to go. I had, I also wanted to point out that I think the real beauty of this is in that partnership that we have, the public-private partnership, not just in sitting around the table, but putting skin in the game is really critical. And I think that is going to speak loudly to the success of this project. I too am concerned about Vertical Ventures. I'm quite protective of them. It's a great business, and I want to make sure that they are taken care of and set up for continued success. So keep working with them. It's not about whether or not it will work with them, but how. So I hope you'll move forward with that mindset. The question that I have is on the Reconnecting Communities Planning Grant for 8th Street and MLK Street as part of the implementation for this. And we know that's kind of up in the air right now. But just like with a couple of other things I mentioned, it's not about whether or not we can do it. Whether or not this goes away, we can still move forward. But I wonder if you're looking at this and considering another avenue, another way that we could move forward if that happens to not come through for us.
Thank you. So with the Reconnecting Communities grant, we have gotten some movement from Federal Highways in that we have a kickoff scheduled with the award recipients, and that's going to be in early April. So I feel at least a little hopeful that we'll be able to move forward and get under agreement with Federal Highways for that funding to get that planning effort underway. And I think where it relates to this particular study with Trails Crossing is that that study is going to help us figure out what does the bicycle accommodation look like when we convert those from one-way streets to two-way streets. Is the bikeway on 8th Street? Is it on ML King Street? Is it on both? And then how would people connect east and west over to Trails Crossing? So I think that really is kind of the linkage there is what does the bike network look like and how are we moving people around if they're not in a car? And so I think that's a key consideration there. And I think that's kind of a consideration that we have regardless if we were getting the funding for Reconnecting Communities. We're always going to be trying to be mindful through our Complete Streets approach as to how are we equally considering all modes of transportation.
Right. And what we're starting to learn slowly but surely with what the expectations are in terms of new federal guidelines, and it's changing a lot. But what we know so far is that there is a great emphasis on safety. So what you want to make sure you show, when we get grant agreements, we can fully expect to have new terms and conditions on these. How does this make people safer, and how does this help families? Those are the two things that I'm learning just from other work that I'm doing is going to be a priority for this administration. So just keep that in mind as you move forward with this project, because we want to make sure that it is in line with that. I mean, those are our values too, right? So I look forward to seeing how that starts to evolve. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation, Evan and Cheryl, for the work you've put into this. Friends of Trail Crossing for having the vision on this. I grew up in Miami. I remember the Metro Rail, believe it or not, took many decades, and those that are in transportation are well aware, probably started in the 50s or something. Everyone was like, oh my gosh, we cannot have a Metro Rail. Eventually, in the 80s, I think it happened. It was government run amok. All that money going into the Metro Rail. And now, of course, in Miami, it's extremely necessary. And then it was built, and nobody ever thought, well, how about under the Metro Rail? And now, here we are, decades after it was built, the idea of having a trail park under it with lots of different amenities. Now, of course, it's very long. I mean, it's miles and miles, 10 miles or something like that. So there's lots of space there. It's a little different. But in any event, it's placemaking, and it's a way to kind of utilize public spaces as we've talked about. But at the same time, what makes St. Pete special. That's going to make St. Pete special. But guess what? There are other things that make St. Pete special, and it's finding that balance of collaboration. And we've heard about Vertical Ventures. Let me tell you, there are parts there that are not activated. Vertical Ventures activated that area there with their business. It is a unique business in the area. I don't climb, obviously, but I know people that do. I had no idea how popular it was, and I will tell you, I took my daughter there, my stepdaughter and her boyfriend. They live in Utah, and actually when they come, they go there, and I had no idea how busy this place was. And it is just, people come from different parts, not from St. Pete, but from other counties, because you don't find many climbing gyms. So, make a long story short, the point is that we encourage, obviously, people use different types of modalities to get to places, but there is a need for parking for that business and its model. So I'm glad to hear that, and I think other council members have spoken loudly on this, but I'm glad to hear that you all have listened to the concerns, you've listened to concerns. Look, they work on a membership model, and so they have to have some clarity, like any business, to tell their people, there's going to be parking. So you have to have some plan in place. It's not like we're going to change things immediately. And it sounds like you understand that. And if they are watching, it sounds like there is a consensus on council. They're very sensitive to making sure that what we have that makes our city unique stays here as we become more unique. And that's what we all want to see. So I'm supportive, and keep working at it and make sure that we can make this happen and make everyone happy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you so much. How are you? I also, everybody's already said everything it is about how wonderful this project is and what the promises that it makes. But again, of course, Vertical Ventures were also raised. But I will say, Councilmember Harding said something that I thought of, but it didn't resonate until he said it. And especially as much of a small business advocate as I am, it's hard to support something that may potentially put another business out of business. So when we think about the parking, full disclosure, when someone says something is going on downtown, the first thing comes to my mind is, I don't want to go because there's nowhere to park. So I don't want to force Vertical Ventures to try to find other alternatives. And I saw one of the locations that was proposed to them, which I don't think is conducive to them running a successful business. So I'm trying to decide, do I support the project and move it forward with no commitment that Vertical Ventures is going to be supported? And the current lease agreement that we have right now, this may be a question for you, Rob. The current lease agreement that they have right now, they're actually leasing that parking lot from the city, right? When does that lease end?
So the lease was a long-term lease. It came to the end of its original term approximately a year and a half ago, and it's been extended for a year at this point. I think there's 6 months to go, but whenever they want to work on another extension, I think that the administration's amenable to another extension. We would look at something closer to a year than 5 years, but we can have that conversation. And as has been mentioned here today, this is not going to happen overnight. And I would also say that if we move forward with this plan, council, the public will get to review that plan and certainly have more decision points in the future before a major change would occur with construction. So I don't think that anybody's 100% comfortable with this because there's a lot of unknowns, but I think that we can get there before it's too late. This is not a point where we can't turn back if necessary.
So I agree with that, and I appreciate that. But as a business owner that's running a successful business and not having anything in writing in regards to how that they can forecast for their employees, for their, I guess I'm kind of uncomfortable with that because I don't think that this is a new issue. I'm sure that has been brought up before this was presented to us. So someone had to converse about the opportunity and the thought of Vertical Ventures and what they are facing in regards to moving forward. So you're right, we do have other points, and I'm still thinking, but I would have thought in the conversation that would have been addressed prior to getting to this point. That's just kind of where I am with it.
Okay, well, I don't want to speak for Vertical Ventures for where they stand exactly today, but I've met with their lobbyists, I've met with one of the owners, and I don't think that at that time, when I met with the owner, they were not uncomfortable with moving forward with the master plan, knowing that that'll provide a lot of answers and that it's not a step, it's not eliminating the parking, it's trying to come up with a plan to address everything.
Okay, we're not really coming up with the final plan, but at least giving some type of, a surety that it seems like to me it's based on us moving forward and whether or not we approve it or not. And so it's kind of like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's like, okay, well, we go ahead and we approve it, and then a year, 2 years from now, we come back and Vertical Ventures, who's already been, said to be such an asset to the area and an asset to the city of St. Petersburg, to know we could have prevented it and we didn't. So, and it's a small request. It wasn't, to me, it wouldn't have been a detriment to the plan to say, well, it's concrete now, we'll plan around it, to ensure that it's still there. And that's just something that we didn't seem to do. So I'm going to think about that for a minute, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Based on what Councilmember Fix-Sanders mentioned, and we know that this is, by the way, not happening overnight, okay? This has a while. I mean, is there an issue with just making sure that the next extension is 2 years while this is kind of, give some clarity for the next couple of years for them, and that way it's not a 1 year, it's 2 year, because nothing's gonna happen immediately on this. We know this. We know how long these things take. We're in the planning stage. We're gonna get a report. Nothing's happening. And at that point in time, you can have the conversations.
Yeah, I think we hear what you're saying today.
Yeah.
We're going to want to talk to the business owner. I can't
Yeah.
make a commitment like
Right.
that sitting here today,
But that's, I think,
we hear counsel.
yeah, that's, I think, maybe if we can find some sort of more than a year, so to give them some flexibility, this is not happening overnight. I think that's kind of where probably some of the heartache is coming from. So, thank you very much.
I won't rehash what's already been said. I think you've heard all the feedback on Vertical Ventures. I'm certainly supportive of this, moving it forward. Thanks for hearing us out on those issues. And I know you're working on it. I've spoken with the owner. I've spoken with Rick Reisman. I know we talked about it at Public Policy. I'm very confident you guys have heard us and are going to continue to work on the issue. So I'm not going to belabor the point. At this point, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to pass agenda item F2 passes 7-1 with Councilmember Fix-Sanders voting no.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, team. All right, we're going to go into new business. G1, Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Well, since we support our art community, I would like to, trying to find my G1, thank you. Respectfully requesting referral to the Youth and Family Services Committee or other relevant committee for discussion regarding financial support of the Arts Conservatory for Teens Act program. We have been in conversation with with Celeste Davis and some other resources that we would like to discuss in the sunshine with the other council members, committee members as well, and I'm asking, with that, I move approval.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to G2, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. This one is a staff request. This is respectfully requesting a referral to the Economic and Workforce Development Committee to provide an update on the Center for the Arts Study, and I move approval.
Second.
Okay, looking forward to this discussion. Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to pass agenda item G2 passes unanimously.
Okay. Councilmember Givens, G3.
Respectfully requesting referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee to discuss amendments to the city code to allow for increased density through workforce housing bonuses along the Pinellas Trail and the Sunrunner corridor. And with that, Chair, I would like to move to approval.
Second.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thanks. Thanks for this new business item. I'm interested in workforce density bonuses across a lot of residential areas, and so I'm glad to see this. So thanks.
Okay, seeing no other discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. No problem. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. This is for the administration. You know, I was told by Liz and her team that they would be, some of our team will be coming to us later this year, I think, for like the next phase of our TOD Sunrunner Rising study, and I'm hoping that can dovetail with this conversation because it's quite related.
That certainly makes sense to us.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G3 passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to G4. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you. Respectfully requesting a referral to the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee to discuss amending the city code to limit the number of temporary shade structures deployed on a property and establish setback requirements. With that, Mr. Chair, I move to approval.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G4 passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to G5, 3 in a row. Councilmember Givens, you know what they call that in my world? They call that a streak. Councilmember Givens, G5.
Respectfully requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee to discuss lifting the city's regulation on single-use plastic straws. And before I make my motion, I'd just like to be clear, Mr. Chair, the purpose of this discussion in the sunshine is more so revolved around enforcement of the code. I'd like to get an update on where we stand there since the implementation of this ordinance. It's been about 5 years, so just want to find out where we stand here. And also recently, many of you may know, the president recently issued an executive order banning this. So I want to find out if we're in compliance and how it'll affect us moving forward. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move to approval.
Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
Go 2 speakers at a time. Will Sheedon and Kathy, I believe it's Kathy Harrelson, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hey, good afternoon, Council. Will Shedden, 43 2026 Avenue North. I'm speaking to you guys again on the same issue I did 7 years ago. I was proud to be a member of the Rise Above Plastics Coalition, which worked diligently on the issue of plastics over the course of a couple of years, ending in the adoption of Ordinance 356H. We worked really hard. We contacted over 600 businesses in every single section of the city, listening to their feedback, incorporating changes into the final product. And while we didn't end up adopting the strongest or most comprehensive ordinance, I think we adopted the right one for St. Pete. In the 7 years that have passed, microplastics have only become more of a public health crisis. In Tampa Bay, we know that trillions of pieces of microplastics exist in the environment, working their way up the food chain into critical sections of our economy, like seafood, and ending up in us. This council looks prescient, almost, in the face of studies showing the amount of microplastics that end up in the human body every year. An alarming study, just one, released this year from the University of New Mexico, did autopsies and found that plastic accumulation in brains has gone up 50% in the last 8 years alone. And while it would be spurious to claim causation, there was correlation between the amount of plastic found in the brain and deceased with dementia. In the face of such a crisis, it really doesn't seem wise to move backwards on a small but meaningful step towards plastic reduction. And while public health gets brought up in the conversation of environmental policy, something more often ignored is fiscal responsibility. While the adoption of the ordinance has led to somewhat haphazard compliance and enforcement, there's a clear trend line of restaurants making the choice to either not offer straws at all or only offer straws upon request. I'm sure it's something many of y'all here have noticed as well. That's a decision that saves small businesses money, and it's one that they may have been unlikely to take before the awareness of this ordinance showed them that the consumer desire for straws was not as strong as anticipated. I think it's possible that while many restaurants chose similarly cheap straw alternatives, more ended up saving money than not due to simply change in procedure. And again, while this ordinance affects only a small amount of waste created, it points us in the direction of zero waste, which is a reality that could lead to massive cost savings for the city in the form of extending the lifetime of our dumps and reducing trash pickup in the city. We're still coming off the backs of two of the most devastating storms the city's ever seen, and if you asked residents to list issues that were top of mind, despite the long-term importance of plastic reduction, I doubt this would be mentioned by many. I don't think, in terms of committee time and staff time, this is an issue that needs to be relitigated right now. If anything, I wish we could expand it to other forms of single-use plastic, but we come up pretty close as the ordinance is written to the limits statutorily allowed. If this council ever does bring this issue back up in another 7 years, I hope it'll be in the context of expanding our protections on reducing single-use plastics moving forwards, not backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please. Nope, we can't applause. Let's keep the decorum, please.
Next two speakers. I'm sorry, Kathy, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Kathy Harrelson, 26th Street and 32nd Ave. Will pretty much said it all, but I saw this and was amazed that we were actually considering relitigating this when we managed to slide under the watchful gaze of these state preemption overlords the first time. I suggest we stay there. And hearing that, did you say the president said this can't be done anymore? If that's true, all the more reason. So, God, it just kind of wastes our time and everybody's time. And it is not going to save the world, but it is, everything he said is true. And by the way, last year in the Marianas Trench, they discovered a new species of shrimp. And guess what its body was made of? Yeah, actually made of plastic. So I think it's time, and we've already done the work. Let's keep it in place. It creates, if nothing else, it creates a conversation. Everywhere you go, when you're in a restaurant, when you're pulling through the drive-thru, whatever you're doing, that is, I always make the point. It's the same thing with plastic bags. Save the ocean. And you know, everyone says, you're right. Everybody. So let's let sleeping dogs lie and keep this as is. But if you really want to work on an important thing, what can we do about people not using their turn signals in this town? Okay, you want to save lives, protect property. It's a layup. Thanks.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers, Olivia Mustaine and Aniko Ola, I think that's what it is. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. My first name is Aniko, and I am a local business owner of Sands Market. We're located at 1037 Central Ave. Sands Market is a zero waste store. Our mission is to reduce single-use plastics in the community with the products that we sell. And I'm more so here today to represent our community. When we heard about this topic coming up on the agenda, we decided to do a poll on social media and ask some of our followers what they think about this ordinance. So I just wanted to share the results to 4 quick questions that we asked them. The first was, how many people support the current ordinance? We had 118 respondents, and 98% said yes, they support the current ordinance. We also asked them if they prefer to support businesses who enhance and abide by this ordinance, and 99% of them said yes, they prefer to support these businesses. I also asked them if they would be willing to pay more to support a business that has eco-friendly practices, and 97% said yes, they would be willing to pay more. And finally, 100% of the respondents said they prefer to live in a city that has eco-friendly practices. So I think these are all important things that our community cares about. I know sometimes ordinances like this can be a little tricky, but I believe if we couple it with education and resources for the local businesses, it can really do a great job in creating a stronger community. Some examples of that is that it doesn't have to be cost prohibitive. I understand that Trump banned paper straws, but there are bioplastic straws as well as reusable glass and stainless steel straws.
Now, these might come at an extra cost, but those costs are minimal, somewhere from $30 to $60 a month. And you can actually reduce and offset this expense by teaching your staff to not hand out straws all the time. So there are potentials to decrease that expense. Finally, as our followers said, they would be willing to pay more for a business that has these eco practices. So the businesses could potentially pass some of these costs on to the end user. Again, we're talking a mere pennies per visit. It's not a big cost. And they might even get some extra business by having these eco-friendly practices. So in closing, I just want to highlight the fact that St. Pete does have a goal to be a zero-waste city by 2050, as is on the website. And in my opinion, this ordinance is not a headache or a nuisance for businesses, but rather it's an amazing opportunity for us to create a stronger community and to reach those goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Olivia Mustaine at 7210 10th Street North. I was a member of Suncoast Rise Above Plastics and helped get this ordinance passed, and now I'm a member of Sierra Club. And I'm also a member of Vertical Ventures, and I'd like to thank you for your great support of Vertical Ventures.
That's awesome.
I'm asking that City Council take no action to review or rescind this ordinance. There's many threats to our environment, and while straws and polystyrene may pale in importance to protecting our parks, clean water, air, clean energy, et cetera, now is not the time to give an inch on any environmental protection. Weakening or eliminating these regulations would be a step backward for St. Petersburg's environmental leadership. Many local businesses and residents have already adapted to this ordinance. Many concerns that we initially had were for nothing. Many converted and accepted the ordinance with no issue. And floppy, disintegrating paper straws are now a thing of the past. We have better straw technology and no one's complaining anymore. So now is the time to stand by this ordinance and uphold the progress we've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Raya Byrne and Jenna Byrne, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Jenna, you can stand with her if you want.
Oh, do you know how to move the thing?
There's a button that you can lower it, Jenna.
Wow.
You guys could have mentioned that to me previously when I've spoken. Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful. All right, Raya. You want to go for it, Boo-Boo? You don't want to talk yet? You want me to go first? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jenna Byrne at 435 3rd Ave North. I am the founder and current president of Water Warrior Alliance. We partner with like-minded groups and organizations to come together to fight the war on pollution we obviously face as a whole. I'm also a board member of the Waterfront Park Foundation here in the city of St. Petersburg. We protect, preserve, and promote our waterfront in downtown. I am, very excited to be a part, obviously, of that organization and overlapping with all the different partners I have in the community because we all have a common goal in mind. So I'm here today to get everyone on board to continue to move forward versus backwards. This ordinance 356H had already passed years ago with everyone's hard work here today. And like other people have already said, I do feel like this is a waste of our time to bring up a topic like this. We have other things that are more important to discuss. It was already brought up that Trump had banned certain things. It was actually paper straws, but like Nico just mentioned, there's a dozen different sustainable, affordable options for the business owners to invest into. There's amazing local businesses here in St. Pete that we can actually support as well. Paper straws have seen an immense improvement and they don't disintegrate as fast as they used to. There are paper straws that last over 24 hours now, which is pretty amazing. But I'm a big advocate of our sugarcane straws and coconut husk options. They're fantastic if you still want that single-use option. So I have a lot of different programs, but water goats are one of the main things I do, and it's a trash barrier device which collects surface debris from stormwater drain runoff. 80% of our trash ends up dumping through our stormwater drains. So all debris is wind driven, and that's how it ends up in our local waterways. So something like straws, super light, it's gonna end up in those stormwater drains and dump to the closest body of water. That's where these water goat devices are extremely effective, because it's then going to trash that debris. And we host cleanups once or twice a month, depending on the time of year and recent rain, to clean that debris out. The EPA had established an escaped trash analysis protocol, an ETAP, which we have adopted and implemented over the last several years, which helps us identify the point of source of where the debris has potentially come from. So ultimately, during the cleanups, we take a certain number of bags, we dump them out onto a tarp, and we sort them to look through the types of trash there are. And I have seen a 700% reduction in plastic straws since this ordinance was adopted. So again, continuing to move forward, not backwards, makes the most sense for everyone. Polyurethane is a part of this ordinance, and I know there's a lot of restrictions on the state level for us to be able to enforce it more locally, but that, plastic bottles and containers, and plastic bags are the top amounts of debris I see currently in our different data analysis protocols that we do. So I feel like enforcing, currently what we can and
Thank you,
expanding
Jenna.
would be the best. All right. Okay, just say what you want to. Everyone's here to hear. You don't. You want to say what you said to me on the way here?
Okay.
I think we know where she stands.
All right.
That's all right. I get it. I don't like being up here either. Next two speakers, please.
Robbie Alves and Amy Bourne, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. And you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Should have gone to the other one. All right, can you hear me? All right, awesome. Good afternoon, council members. I did have very formal remarks prepared that I'm probably just going to abandon now after hearing Representative Givens.
If you could give us your name and your
Oh,
address.
sorry. 2641 First Ave North and Amy Bourne.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, I had some formal remarks, but after hearing Councilmember Givens talk about the executive order and then also the enforcement of this ban, I think I just kind of want to bring some thoughts that I've been thinking about in the seat here. But first of all, the federal or executive order is for federal agencies, and I think the federal government will work that out as they see fit. The impact of plastic straws and other plastics in our environment here really don't have any connection, I don't think. We have beautiful beaches to protect, parks and city streets that we want clean, et cetera. So I would hope that the future conversation doesn't have anything to do with that executive order. Secondly, I totally agree that enforcement of this ban has been lackluster, to say the least. And so I'd really like to open up the conversation to really talk about how can we build on what we've already done and make sure that moving forward we can actually enforce this, hoping that, assuming that this does stay in place. I did forget to mention I'm also a member of the Surfrider organization. I'm a member of the local board on the Suncoast chapter here in St. Pete. And we have a program called the Ocean Friendly Restaurants, and that's essentially demonstrating that a restaurant is doing great things like recycling and not serving plastics, et cetera. We are working with restaurants trying to get them fully certified, but it is worth mentioning that there are many restaurants that are already serving straws only on demand, and then when a straw is asked for, having a more sustainable material to offer them. So this is happening. I think the question of whether or not this should be abandoned is really off the table, but I would really just move to ask council members to work with Surfrider Foundation and all the people that are in support of this ban to really move us forward. We are here to help and really excited to continue this conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Thomas Patrick and Christian Leon, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, I'm Thomas Patrick, 432 23rd Avenue North. I've been a resident of St. Pete for 12 years and a small business owner for 10 years. I have a lot that I could say, but I'm going to try to keep it to 3 minutes, so I'm going to just read something that I wrote for you guys. We need to be clear about what's happening in the world of waste in our environment. Due to state preemptions, St. Pete cannot ban plastic bags, we cannot ban styrofoam, we cannot ban plastic bottles, we We cannot regulate some of the biggest sources of plastic pollution that litter our waterways every day. That has been off the table for decades because of our state leaders. However, we can still regulate plastic straws. So why would we voluntarily give up one of the last environmental policies we still control? Removing this ban doesn't solve anything. It just strips away one of the last remaining tools St. Pete has to combat plastic pollution. Stronger enforcement, we're all for it. A city we proudly call Florida's first green city should not be moving backward. I want to address a recent Facebook post by Councilmember Givens. The overflowing trash can images from the St. Pete Grand Prix shows exactly why we need regulations like the plastic straw ban. They highlight a much larger issue. Our city is overwhelmed with plastic waste. Education is important, but it's not a substitute for policy. If education alone were enough, we wouldn't see overflowing trash cans full of plastic at events like this. This reality is that convenience will always outweigh responsibility unless policies set clear expectations. Regarding being a burdensome to businesses, let's set the record straight. Based on our research, workshops, and thousands of conversations, this approach actually saves businesses money. Not giving out a straw unless a customer requests one saves money. That means fewer wasted straws, fewer unnecessary orders, and lower costs for businesses. All these concerns have been addressed, and we've collectively helped solve this. Now let's talk about this ban, how this ban was implemented. This wasn't rushed, it wasn't forced, it's not political grandstanding. St. Pete took a smart, practical, phased-in approach, working directly with hundreds of businesses from 2018 to 2020 to provide education and support. This response was overwhelmingly positive from business owners, residents, and tourists. At the end of the day, this isn't just about plastic straws. This is about what's possible in a time when local control is being stripped away executive order by executive order. We, the people, still have a say in the policies that affect our community. If we lift this ban, what's next? Are we going to roll back every effort to reduce waste in our waterways and parks? Or do we stand firm and continue to push forward? Let's not go backward. Let's keep the plastic straw ban, keep saving businesses money, and keep St. Pete moving forward as a sustainability leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Council. Christian Leon, 2010 East Palm Ave. So at the time of lockdown, I was co-chair of the Rise Above Plastics Coalition. We had 17 nonprofits. We worked together for years. And 2020 really hit our little group really hard because it took a while to get everything back together. So I think this has been nice to see everyone kind of rally around this because this has been brought to your attention. In addition to what my colleagues have kind of said, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a background that was interesting for us. Is when we started this, we knew that there was a legal situation at the state, which was a worry for council. Thankfully, we moved beyond that. We made sure that this ordinance was in compliance with everything at a state level. And we understand the city's position on that. We don't want to pick fights and get the city in a position, but we crafted this carefully to address that. The other thing is that there was a lot of concern about how the business community would react. And we were even surprised when we went out, we committed to council at the time and to the city that we'd speak with every business that would be affected. And so we had a bunch of volunteers, we did that, and we polled all of the businesses affected, and we found that it was over 80% were in favor. And the ones that were against it were in the single digits. So the business community really surprised us, and I think that was really a relief to everyone that was involved in this. And the other thing is on enforcement, we made it very clear that we didn't want to get people in trouble and have straw police going out there. It would be ridiculous. But we just wanted to make sure that the owners knew that people were watching, that we wanted this to happen. So the way in the ordinance the way that we set up a fine or penalties or whatever was to be as small as possible, to just kind of make a statement and not to really create any tension with the business community. So I do think that, it would be great to think about how to kind of enforce that and change culture, because at the end of the day, we know that it's when we change the culture that things will just change by themselves and you guys won't have to worry about regulating everything. But we do think that this is a big push in that direction. And just to prove that, the day that we had this huge, the final vote on this, it was funny because there were only two speakers that were against. one gentleman somehow magically correlated the Old Testament to a favorable view on plastic straws, which is amazing. And then the other was Chris Steinacher, who spoke from the chamber, and he voiced some concerns of some of the chamber members. But it's been interesting because since that time, the chamber has now actually been very proactive and very supportive, and really looking at how like the business community can embrace this cultural change of how we view plastic. So,
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Mike, I believe it's Norton, and Laura Hume. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. And you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, council, business members, and residents of St. Pete. My name is Laura Hum, and I live at the cross streets of 10th Street North and 76th Avenue North. I've been a resident of St. Pete for over a decade, moved to place, never found that place that really wanted to plant my feet in and build a home and a family. St. Pete is this place because it's a unique city, as one of you have mentioned and several of you agree. And so I've raised a family. I have a 10-month-old daughter, and I like to take her to parks. And I would really like her to have a place where she could roam freely. I mean, she's at the age of putting everything in her mouth, like leaves and sticks. And the other day I had to kind of whip out a plastic straw out of her mouth. And that's not what I want as part of this ordinance. I would like it to remain in place. I was also a member and on the board of the local chapter of Surfrider a few years ago and helped with this ordinance. So my hope is that we can continue to keep the city clean, beautiful, and to keep our waterways clean. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mike Norton. I live in Kenwood, own a home there at 27th and First Ave North. So I'm just in District 8. So thank you, sir, and I'm right on the border of Council Member Givens' district as well. You've heard a lot of great points supporting this ordinance 356H, and I'm also in support of it. I've been a Florida resident for my entire life, although I spent over 25 years as an Air Force officer, not in Florida, and post-retirement chose to come make St. Pete my home. And one of the main reasons is this community seems to really want to take care of each other and take care of this beautiful peninsula that God gave us. So it's got a fragile marine environment, as we know. We deal with the red tide and whatnot, but it gives us a lot. And I'd say, like a lot of veterans, we found a lot of healing by being out in the water and get over stuff we dealt with from combat deployments, et cetera. I also bring up my service because this is my first council meeting, and I just want to personally thank all of you for your service. You're not up here because you're trying to get individually wealthy. This is a thankless, low-paying job, and it's really appreciated because I can see the result of your work in this beautiful city that I call my home and plan to for a long time, so thank you. So thank you for passing this ordinance 7 years ago. I'm also a member of Surfrider, and this is something that we bring up when we talk to people in the community. This ordinance is not enforced very strictly, but it shows leadership. It shows this is on the right side of how we need to take better care of this planet, and particularly this peninsula. And so I love all the amazing food and beverage establishments in this city. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to move here, and it's exciting to go out and support all of them, including my favorite neighborhood brewery, Three Daughters. I love that I don't get handed a straw with a nice cold pint of beer, because I don't. Straws make you drink too fast, right? That's why a lot of establishments give you a straw. Whether it's a cocktail or a milkshake, it's not good for you to suck that thing down with a straw. Use your lips, put it to the edge. It works just fine. It's great technology, been around for quite a while. So it's my personal plug for your health. The regulation could be enforced better, but I think it does, just the mere existence of the regulation helps us nudge things in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr.
So thanks for your support.
Thank you for your service. Next speaker.
Final speaker, Chloe McKinnon. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chloe McKenna, and I live at 4126 7th Avenue North. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak with you all and go after all of the amazing speakers that have already shared a lot of great points about the importance of upholding this ordinance. So I'll focus a bit on my personal experiences as well as highlighting relevant scientific research from Tampa Bay. So as a marine socio-ecological scientist and a global youth leader with Heirs to Our Ocean, I'm here to oppose the effort to end the adoption of Ordinance 356H. In 2019, I moved to St. Petersburg to attend Eckerd College because I admired the fact that Eckerd was not only a campus centered around environmental and sustainable values, but the city was as well. Residents across St. Pete are passionate about climate resilience, environmental conservation, and plastic reduction to support healthy, clean water systems for our community, to enjoy and to preserve our natural environment for the next generation of Floridians. And through my engagements on Eckerd's campus and across the Tampa Bay area, I have witnessed firsthand how the plastic pollution crisis is impacting our city on a local level. And this led me to want to further my education in marine science and policy in a master's program and to study the social, ecological, and cultural impacts of marine plastic pollution. And I quickly just want to highlight some of the most recent research on plastics here in Tampa Bay from researchers at Eckerd College's Tampa Bay Microplastics Monitoring Program. Since 2017, this program has been operating to study microplastics in our estuary, to examine the ecological impacts of microplastics on small and large grazers. For small grazers, researchers have studied how copepods, which are a major food source for many marine organisms, are interacting as a lower trophic level organism with higher trophic organisms passing microplastics through the food chain, which, as Will highlighted, impacts our food systems and our local economy. And for larger grazers, manatees, which I think our city is, we very much love manatees here. I associate St. Petersburg with manatees. Are crucial in the trophic transfer of microplastics as well because they graze in seagrass beds, which is where many microplastics accumulate. And it's clear that manatees are routinely consuming microplastics as well as larger plastic pieces. Additionally, I want to highlight that it's crucial to also consider the negative impacts of human plastic interactions. These include, but are not limited to, impacts on mental health, individual and communal well-being, and degradation of culturally and ecologically significant sites. We can effectively reduce these negative impacts by stopping plastic pollution at the source and shifting our societal culture to value zero-waste systems. And as a coastal city, we must support members of our community who are on the front lines of marine plastic pollution through equitable and sustainable waste governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. First thing I'll say is, Councilmember Givens, I appreciate your unwillingness to accept the status quo. But having said that, I think I actually want to comment on something the first speaker said, Mr. Shedden. There's been a lot of research come out recently about microplastics and their interaction with, I guess, human anatomy. One thing that's been correlated with it is a higher occurrence of inflammatory bowel disease, which I've publicly been very open about my struggles with inflammatory bowel disease. So I definitely don't want to do anything that would, even present an opportunity of inflicting that upon others. And then in general, yeah, a lot of the environmental things that people have mentioned, I agree with. One last thing that hasn't been brought up is, just the production of plastics releases a ton of greenhouse gases, which are destroying our planet and going to destroy our city if we don't stop with the path that we're on now. So while I do understand a little bit of the attitude that you're bringing, because I bring it occasionally as well, and I understand that you said the discussion you wanted to have doesn't quite match like the tone of how this has all gone. Your new business item does specifically say, like, discuss lifting the regulation. If it was worded to where we were going to have a discussion about what enforcement looks like, that would be a different conversation, is all I'm saying. So, and, you know, I recognize from the group, like, that enforcement hasn't been super strict or anything, but I have seen, like, it's changed over time. Like, when we first got in, yeah, there was still a lot of plastic straws proliferating, but I really don't come across them that often nowadays. So I'm not even sure that, like, enforcement needs to be brought up at this time. But I only bring all this up to say that, you know, the wording of your thing is not exactly what you stated. And, you know, that's what we have to vote on, is based off of the wording of what is put in front of us. So I'll leave it there. Those are my thoughts on the topic.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd definitely just took what I was going to say. I'm always willing to talk about everything or anything. I'll discuss it. But then when I saw the lifting, that word lifting, moving away with, was what took me to a different level. So if the new business item comes back with wanting to have a discussion about, you know, the enforcement, I would be fine with that. But what you said initially does not match what the new business item states. So that was just going to be my 2 cents, because generally when council members want to talk about something, you generally get that support. It's not saying that you support it, but, you know, you're willing to have a conversation just in case you're able to be swayed. But this was a initiative that was one that took a lot of conversation and a lot of work and research for it. So I was still willing to listen. But as far as lifting it, wasn't something that I was going to consider. But if you reconsider changing the wording, I will be willing to have a discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So as one of only 2 members sitting here that voted to pass this ordinance, I was very concerned when I saw this new business item. The first thing I thought was, oh my gosh, Councilmember Driscoll, all the work that you did to get us to where we are today. You changed the game when it came to plastics in the city of St. Petersburg. And while we are severely preempted from doing so many things, this is one that even the governor himself, back in 2019, vetoed the bill that passed that year and said, and I quote, "The state should simply allow local communities to address the issue through their political process." Even the governor agreed with the city of St. Petersburg on this issue. And so, Councilmember Givens, I have a question. And Chair, if I may ask my colleague a question. Was there a business purpose for bringing this forward? Did you have businesses reaching out to you, asking you to bring this conversation forward? Because I would love to hear that, because quite frankly, it has not been something I have heard. All the businesses in my district have willingly complied after the initial education that went around. So that has not been an issue in District 2. I would love to hear from you if it's been an issue for you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up. It's actually been an issue for not just businesses, but for individuals as well. You know, I heard a lot of people laughing whenever, you know, someone talked about this, you know, issue of plastic straws. Well, there are actually people with disabilities who, after the president issued his executive order, they definitely felt like this was something that the city should consider taking up. I'm concerned that this might make us susceptible to legal action, and so I wanted to know if this ordinance, if it stayed in place as is, would it make us susceptible to that? So that was the purpose for me bringing that forward. The purpose of lifting it is I didn't want there to be litigation should we keep this ordinance in place. So I just wanted to know moving forward, what were the risks? And so forgive me again if it threw anyone off guard, but again, I just want to make sure that we're protecting us as a city and our legal interests. And then also, I want to expand the conversation. So to your point, Councilmember Ford and Councilmember Fix Sanders, I would love to, if this doesn't go forward, bring another new business item forward that would hopefully discuss expanding this conversation. Because again, you brought up Tom the Grand Prix. That's a huge issue. We had a bunch of garbage cans full of plastic and styrofoam, and it was litter all over the ground. And I think we definitely should look at maybe there should be limits on vendors, who come and do business in the city. I understand that there are certain events that are grandfathered. Well, maybe we should look at revisiting that ordinance. So again, the conversation, it's great that we're having this because that was the purpose of it, to blow the whistle so that we could sound the alarm that, yes, this is great, it's cute and all, but it's pointless if there's no teeth in the ordinance. That was my point.
So respectfully, words matter.
Yes, they do.
And the word lifting, for me personally, that's a non-starter. It just, regressive policy in the age that we live in, when so many things are preempted, the number of times that we have created progressive policy to move this city forward, and then Tallahassee has come and smacked us down and told us that we have to repeal those things from our books. I am not willing to do that in this particular situation. I am not willing to go backwards to a place where we had a lot of issues that we have quite frankly used this ordinance to overcome organically through our community conversations that we've had around this. I'm just not willing to. Quite frankly, today, I'm going to vote no to even move this forward if it even gets a second. I don't think I've heard a second. Have I, Chair? No. Okay. So for me, also, words matter. I don't think anything about this is cute. I think this is deliberate policy that was well thought out. The conversations around legalities, those were discussed thoroughly in countless committee meetings, countless research that was done. And all of those other things, I wish we could do things about. I wish we could regulate to a greater need. If there were things that you can find as a council member in working with legal or working with our team in Tallahassee that maybe we can do more, I welcome that. I support that fully. I do not support this the way it is written now or any way that it would be written into the future. This is a policy that needs to stay on our books. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for taking us back to where this started and for acknowledging the work that was done. I certainly did not work alone. No. It was not only with your support, but with the support of the folks who are in the audience here and many, many more, that we got this done, not with a sledgehammer, but starting off with just having a conversation. And Thomas, I'm particularly happy that you're here today because you were my first conversation about this. And I'm sorry that we're back here today under these circumstances. But it's okay, because you know what? We need to take this as a reminder that even though we know what's right, we know what's best for our community and for our environment, we cannot take these things for granted. We can't rest. And why haven't we done more yet? So, to be continued on that. The really cool thing about the process of bringing forward this ordinance, which, by the way, I brought forward as a new business item almost 7 years to the day this month for us to have that conversation. I had been on city council for less than 3 months, and everybody was like, whoa, this is who Gina Driscoll is. And thinking about all that we went through, I got to tell you, I try to be tough, but it's kind of hard when I sit here next to someone who says that people laughed at us. And I sit next to someone who called it cute. But we know better, and that doesn't mean anything to us because we know. We know. The ordinance was crafted in a way that did give exceptions for people with disabilities. And there was a lot of conversation around that, and I think I'm going to need Michael Dima for some clarification, for some education today. Michael Dima, could you tell us, do you happen to have it up that you can, or maybe just in a nutshell, tell us how we are doing ADA accommodations on this ordinance?
Sure thing. Yep. So it's very express. The exception relates to customers with a physical or medical need requiring the use of a single-use plastic drinking straw. We had a long conversation about that in the drafting of this ordinance, and that seemed to be the landing spot for pretty much everybody at the time.
Yes, thank you. And then another educational opportunity
Sure thing.
is on the enforcement. It's complaint-based, right?
It is.
So we don't have the straw police going around. And if there's a problem, if there's a lack of enforcement, if we're seeing that that's falling behind, it's because the patrons aren't complaining and calling codes and going after that. And I would say that if there was a lot of crazy enforcement that was going on, I would probably be one of the people getting a phone call about it from our business owners, because I do have many businesses in my district that I had to have many conversations with before and after the ordinance was created. So, and tell us how that works.
Well, from an enforcement standpoint, I'll let administration speak to how it's actually administered on a day-to-day basis, but you're correct in terms of it being complaint-based. It's my understanding that there is no proactive code enforcement effort going out trying to find folks that are, in violation of the ordinance.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection from the beginning is that we were going to focus on an education-based campaign. We
Yes.
continue to do that. I personally, just in my life experience, would agree with Councilmember Floyd. I don't see very many plastic straws at all in restaurants in our community. It is also complaint-based, so if we have a complaint, we will follow up on it. But we still focus on education now.
Thank you. And Rob, if a council member wanted to find out more about enforcement and how that's going, and if we're being heavy-handed, could they call Joe Waugh and ask him and maybe have a conversation about it?
Yeah, absolutely. And also the Office of Resiliency is involved in the education, so maybe Mr. Tankersley might be a good call too, to check in with him.
Okay, excellent. But then when it
Councilmember?
comes to the enforcement, I think codes
Yes.
is the one who handles that, so.
Sorry to interrupt, but just another point to that is that the first violation is just a written warning anyway, as opposed to other MOVs, which you might land yourself in a fine situation right off the bat. So it starts with a written warning, and then the fines thereafter for a year after that first one is $40 and then $80.
Yeah.
So it's, the whole intent was to be educational and to induce some behavioral change, not to come in with a heavy hand, the iron fist, so to speak.
Right, right. Thank you. And then the last question that I have for you was regarding this executive order that came from the current occupant of the White House. It was it says something about a ban on paper straws, but that's not what we have, is it? It's really, does it have anything to do with our ordinance?
It speaks to ending the forced use of paper straws.
Do we have a forced use of paper straws in our ordinance?
No.
Thank you. All right, so took care of that one. I appreciate you so much. The most beautiful thing about the conversations that we had on paper straws, and by the way, we also enhanced our ordinance on restrictions on expanded polystyrene, and went up to the line of the state preemption without crossing it, and I'm quite proud of that too. The ideas that we brought forward with that always led to a bigger conversation, because people would say, oh, what about bags? Because that would give us an opportunity to talk to folks about what the state preemptions are and what we can and can't do. But I like to move forward saying, what can we do? And work in that space. And we'll have to talk about what our next steps can be. But I do love that it was never just about a straw. It was always leading to a bigger conversation, and that's what we need to get back to, is having those bigger conversations, not smaller ones. Rob, overflowing trash cans at the Grand Prix, is that something we can address for future events?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because we don't want that happening. And, you know, we are supposed to be restricting plastic drinking straws and expanded polystyrene per the ordinance with those who have event agreements with the city. So I don't know where these trash cans were, but maybe we can just check and make sure that we're having those conversations with our event partners.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, Reggae Rise Up is just around the corner. All right, well, I think that's all I have. I'm happy to spend a few moments being cute with you all. I will not be voting to move this forward. I think that the points that were brought up today are merely a question of, the question that really needs to be asked is, have I done my research? Have I had the conversations with city staff and done my own education on what this is really about? And then I would encourage anyone who would like to know more about why this is important to reach out to the Sierra Club, to reach out to Water Warrior Alliance, to reach out to the Suncoast Surfrider Foundation, those who are out there picking up after us and wishing that we could do more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you so much, Michael, for coming up to answer some questions. And I want to answer another question that was posed is, what can we do? Well, it can start with expanding the conversation. You know, yes, it's real cute that we're talking right now and we're having the conversation, but if it's not expansive and inclusive of our entire community, then it's pointless. It's pointless to have an ordinance that infringes on individual rights and civil liberties without having the conversation with the entire community. It's pointless to have cleanups if you only clean up certain parts of the city and not come to the entire city. So yes, it's real cute to do this stuff. It's real cute to have political grandstanding moments. But again, if we aren't implementing ordinances, providing legislation that's actually going to change best practices, that's actually going to change, you know, the contribution that we're contributing to global warming and climate change, then it's pointless. So yes, I do want to have the conversation, and yes, I am happy that folks showed up to talk, because hopefully this conversation will overflow beyond City Hall into the communities that need to be involved. And so it wasn't pointless, because obviously it's going to lead to some follow-up with some of our event partners that haven't been following these ordinances and haven't been following best practices for good stewardship to the environment. But you talked about, you know, educational moments. I appreciate you reiterating what I already know, but the whole point, as you probably know, is that we can't have these conversations in private. So I'm happy that we're having these conversations in the public arena where it should be had amongst our constituents, because they should be involved as well. We shouldn't just be mandating our way through the problem. Regulations are not the answer. Conversations are the answer. You brought up something earlier, Councilmember Driscoll, about awareness and education. So yes, I'm going to use your words against you. That's the missing component, awareness and education. It's all great if we're talking to the Sierra Club and if we're talking to whatever other organizations we're a part of, but if we don't bring the greater community into the conversation, then yes, it's pointless. So again, I am happy that this came forward, regardless of what direction it goes in, because it shows our implicit biases. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. I didn't know at what point I was going to have a conversation about this, and everything's been said. But I did want to make sure, because Councilmember Driscoll asked legal issues were brought up, and I think it's important whenever that happens that those that are here and are involved watching understand kind of our legal process. If there is some law that happens at the state level or something's mentioned at the federal level, what kind of process we have internally that our attorneys work with us and kind of tell us, you know, what is going on. And so maybe just bring us back to that too, so we can have a discussion a little bit about that so they understand kind of the process, those that are involved.
Well, I will say from a state legislation standpoint, there's a tireless effort to follow every single bill that gets filed. And it's overwhelming this time of year to track all of those, but we do. And when there is something that speaks to a preemption that's new or emerging or growing, we put that at the top of the list. So that's, you know, and even though these types of preemptions have proliferated, the plastic straw has remained steadfast after the governor vetoed that bill in 2019. And that remains the case today. In terms of federal things, there's not often times that where it directly implicates something like this, but this executive order, you know, we were well aware of it when it came out, took a look at it, and again, the express language of that EO states that it's, you know, looking to end the forced use of paper straws. And it speaks to federal procurement practices in its express language. So the way that it's written, we're not seeing something that impacts this ordinance.
I just want to make that clear. Legally, there is nothing right now in place that affects this ordinance, whether it's a statewide preemption or any other type of law federally that would touch upon this.
That's correct, Vice
Okay.
Councilmember, if I could just jump in, just to piggyback on what Michael said, this is something that we try to do across all the different attorneys' practice areas in the office, so it's part doing our best, each of them, and we do have an internal process to flag as many as we possibly can and look at them for legal issues. So that's number one. Two, we work with administration, with our lobbyists. Sometimes we will get something forwarded to us. If we haven't already seen it, we'll follow up on that. It can be something from a council member. If there's anything you would have a concern about, any one of you would have a concern about and want us to look at, we do that as well. But once something is flagged of this nature, because these often aren't static things, we'll keep an eye on it. So this will go on the list, and we'll make sure that if anything changes, that we react to it. As you've seen after legislative sessions in the past, when we believe that there is a preemption, we add that as a legal item and bring that to you.
Right. A lot of times y'all notice it before we do and let us know immediately. Or if there's if there's a case that there is a judgment against us where we have to kind of change our ordinance, that's something that you automatically let us know and we do immediately. Right?
I mean, we bring it to you when we feel like we are expressly preempted and that something in our code conflicts with state or even federal law.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Look, this is a very hot topic, clearly. There are very strong emotions on this from what's been expressed in the dais. I will tell you that based on the language of lifting, what you said, Councilmember Givens, kind of doesn't match that, and that's, I think, probably why some of the feedback you got. I will also mention this is the type of item that would belong in hers. And when you look at the council members, the committee members that are part of hers, they're not supportive. And when you want to get an item on the committee, it's helpful when you can get their buy-in, you know what I mean? And so I think they gave some good feedback in terms of the type of language that would have been helpful for a business item if there was going to be a discussion on enforcement. So I'll just throw that out there. In terms of everyone that's here, first of all, thank you everyone for coming. I don't want to forget to thank you. I want to say some of your work affects my neighborhood. We have Crescent Lake Neighborhood Association. There is a water goat that was installed at the lake there. I live in an era, there was a time when I was a child, I mean, people would throw stuff out of their car all the time. I don't even know how that practice happened, but people would just throw stuff out of their car window all the time. And then thankfully, that's kind of like slowed down. But then you see rains happen and they go into storm drains. And when you look at these water goats, you think, where did all this stuff come from? It's shocking. And so I think that what you find in our city is we are very passionate about our waterways, whether it's the ocean, whether it's our lakes, whatever body of water that is within our city, we are very passionate about. And when you think about the straws, yeah, it's not a big deal, but you know what, when they do cleanups of lakes, they're not getting to the small plastics. A water goat may, but not the people that go and actually go pick that up. And then I start thinking about before people went and cleaned up Crescent Lake or had a water goat, and I see all the stuff that still goes in there, I imagine of all the other stuff that went in there and is still there, and that goes into our bay. And then when you think about the manatees that are outside, you know, because the water from Crescent Lake goes out to the coffee pot area, right? And that's where you get fresh water, and then the manatees drink. And so anyhow, these are huge issues for people in our city to make sure that we have clean waterways and we take care of our environment. And although it's a small act, I think part of the reason that this came through is because there was a lot of passion, and still is a lot of passion, in ensuring that we have clean waterways. So with that said, I obviously am not supportive in terms of lifting it, and we will see if there is other language and other ways where you can have conversations to make sure that we can do a better job with our environment and plastics and enforcing. If there is a way to enforce, I will tell you this, it does change behavior. That I have seen, and I will agree with some of the comments that have been made. Even once you're against something and you think, well, what is this gonna do? Believe it or not, a lot of times, an ordinance is passed or a law is passed and behavior changes for the better. DUI laws were not really enforced at one point. Then they started cracking down on that, and it saved lives. And so there are things that it does change people's behavior. And I think that this is something that has changed people's behavior, and it's caused people to think about what the impacts are to the environment. And it's also caused people to actually, if they're going to manufacture a paper straw, to do it better. So there are some benefits that come out of that. So thank you for the conversation, even though it was a little heated at times, but I think this is a good conversation to have. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I will give you the perspective of the industry that I work in during my day job. When this was passed, our company not only works in the hospitality industry, but we also belong to two different guilds that are formed inside the hospitality industry. And the reaction, and we talked about it a bunch, and the reaction was, okay, that was it. And in this one particular case, straws put in beverages, the primary users are on-premise restaurants and bars and restaurants that offer to go, quick serve that offers to go. That's where they're all used. No one cared. If I am not for repealing this in any way, but I'll tell you to what Councilmember Hanowitz said, if we did repeal this, no one would change. They still wouldn't use them, right? It's a good idea. And it just took a little bit of nudging to my industry to say, let's not do this, and we're fine with it. So I will not, in the way that it is formatted, I will not be voting on this. But to that point, the industry itself has no issues with it. And on the enforcement end, this is no different than when we banned smoking back 20, 30 years ago. Right? That law that came at the state level had no enforcement to it. It's actually a workers' rights law. So you can't smoke in any building, any structure that has someone being paid in it. You can't smoke in your house if you have somebody clean your house. And there never has been any enforcement to that. But I would challenge you to find a building where someone smokes, because it just was the right thing to do, regardless of whether you smoke or not. And it's the same with my industry. It was brought up. The work that this council did was more about the attention drawn to it, and to Councilwoman Driscoll's point, this was less about straws and more about direction that we go in as a society. And to Administrator Gertis's point, this is more about education than it is administering some kind of, sending out codes or police or whoever. And this was a great thing that didn't really require any extra effort. And I can tell you, I don't speak for the industry, but I can tell you that the impression that I get from the industry that uses plastic straws is, we're good. Yeah, let's move on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
I do not in any way ignore the passion that is in this room today. I appreciate it. And no offense to my colleagues for bringing this forward. But again, I want us to have the conversation about enforcement and solutions. Because as you said, Councilmember Harding, people don't care, but we need to make sure that they do, because we all contribute to this environment. We all should be stewards of our environment, and I want to make sure that everyone is a part of the conversation. And so I just was happy to find out we have a local vendor who, you know, is in the business of making these biodegradable straws. Why is the city not supporting them? Why are we not marketing that information out there so that we can be a better partner? You know, I'm happy to find out we have a campaign. I knew nothing about this, and I'm happy to raise my hand and say I do. I do not, because I'm not a know-it-all. I don't. So how do I put that information out there so the community knows? Because I'm sure I'm not the only one who doesn't. So again, recognizing the fact that not everybody is privy to this conversation. You know, and again, I'm happy to know, Mr. Dima, that we are not at risk for any litigation, and I'm happy to know that, you know, in the future, should something come up, we can backtrack, pivot real quick. That is good information, because that, again, that is my goal, is to make sure that we don't subject ourselves to any civil litigation. And I also want to make sure that we do more to expand the conversation about being a good steward of our environment. So I look forward to inviting you all to, you know, Lake Magori or Clam Bayou to do the next cleanup. Because again, I think there are other parts of our community that should be brought into the conversation. If we really want to be effective, let's do it. So I will go ahead and remove my new business item. It does not seem like I have the support, so I'm happy to remove that.
Okay. Just quickly, and now that the item's been removed, I'm gonna try to be fast. I don't like straws, period, end of story. Whether it's plastic, paper, I just don't like them. I'm totally with you, where it's like, give me a glass and I'm happy to sip straight from it, whether it's water or anything else. And so I just was not a fan of this conversation. To be very honest with you, I don't think we need an enforcement conversation. The council in 2018 and 2019, or I think it was 17 and 18, did a pretty good job of that, understanding where the limits were, where the capacity was. I went back and watched some of those meetings, made a couple of phone calls yesterday to some of those council members that had those conversations. I would echo what Councilmember Gabbard said. Councilmember Driscoll, you and Darden Rice led the charge on this and took the bull by the horns, and I'm very appreciative of that. Frankly, I think if anything came from this, the conversation that I'd be willing to have is, how do we enlist the organizations that are sitting in front of us today to help in the education of our community? That's the one that I'm willing to have. And so I'll just put that on the table. I did want to mention one thing, and Councilmember Driscoll, thanks for bringing up Michael Dima on the legal side, but I just wanted to mention quickly the ADA issue. Being the mayor's appointee to CAPI for the last 3 years, this has never come up. And so if there is an issue in the ADA community, I would encourage them to attend a CAPI meeting and speak at open forum at the beginning of a CAPI meeting, Councilmember Givens, or anybody that's listening. That way we can get that feedback, because we certainly want to advocate on their behalf. But we over the last 3.5 years being the appointee to that committee, I have not heard that. And so I just wanted to make that crystal clear. But seeing as the item has been removed, we'll go ahead and move on from G5. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move into G6. I'm respectfully requesting referral to the Committee of the Whole for an update on the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, CDBG-DR funds on March 13th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. This is a staff request, and I'm formally submitting this new business item as a method of informing council. And I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G6 passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move into committee reports, H1, and I am respectfully requesting City Council approval of the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee's recommendation to set the city's annual small business enterprise participation goal at 10%. Just as a little background, the goal previous to this was 14%. We are lowering it based on the reasonableness to get the goal and the participation of those SBEs. So this is data driven, and I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and a second and no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Givens being absent.
Okay, we're going to move into H2. That's Councilmember Gabbard. Thanks for making the trek, Councilmember Gabbard.
Absolutely, glad to. Fresh in from Tallahassee, so the timing is appropriate. All right, before you today, you have a resolution in support of our federal priorities. In our committee meeting, we had a very robust discussion around our federal priorities, worked very closely behind the scenes with David Thompson and Doyle Walsh on this, and very happy where this landed, but it is here before you for your consideration today, and I would move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I wasn't able to attend the LAIR committee meeting that day, but I was able to watch, and I wanted to thank those who spoke up and made recommendations, very smart recommendations, I might add, to changes to our sheet here. And I did have my own conversation with the team and made some suggestions. And thanks to you all, and I did a little, but I heard what was done in the meeting. And when I go to DC on Saturday for the National League of Cities City Congressional Conference and go and meet with our representatives in Congress, you all, David, thank you for creating something that I'm going to be proud to hand over to them. So, I mean, everyone should be very proud. So I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you all did on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, David, for preparing the federal legislative agenda based on our conversations at the meeting. I still have an issue with one thing I said, and that was the use of the word equitable development, arts, and business opportunities. And I'm going to bring it up again because I don't understand why we have a state agenda with the same headings and it doesn't have the word equitable. So if we're going to be consistent, we did a state agenda and it says business and arts development. It should be the same on the federal agenda, and we should just be consistent. And I don't see why that would be any different at the state level versus the federal level. And so that's my only thing. Let's be consistent. We already did this. We already approved it. Have the same headings. Take that out. It goes with our conversation. And that way it's all the same.
Thank you. I'll say for our perspective on the state agenda, that was an error on us in the conversations that we had. It should have been, we had the conversation, and in the drafting process, the equitable part should have been on there. When it brought to you in council, it wasn't, and that's why it's here on the federal one.
Well, why does it change anything in terms of what we're asking? I just don't understand how the arts, opportunity zones, business accelerators, that changes it. And I am going to have those discussions at the federal level. I will. And I'm going to sit with people from the other side of the aisle that are probably going to have a problem with just that. And it doesn't change our goal. And so we had this ad nauseum discussion at the LAIR committee. And so if we did it at the state, whether it was a mistake or not, then I don't see the big deal of taking that word out based on our conversations so we can just go ahead and ask for the things without getting sidetracked on a conversation that we know where it's going to lead. Nowhere.
Thank you. And we appreciate that feedback. And you notice we made the other changes. We feel that this document is a compromise between council and, speaking here on administration and mayor, it's something that was important to him to keep that language in there, and for him, the words mattered there.
And look, I completely appreciate that. Lots of things matter to me that are not being addressed at the federal level by the current administration, and that doesn't mean I agree with them. So it's good to come back with things. That's all. You know, I'm not going to cut my nose to spite my face. That's the type of stuff I do not like. To prove a point why. You know what my point is? I want to bring back something to the residents of the city of St. Petersburg, and I want to have an argument as to how I word something. So that's just my 2 cents. If everybody else is fine with it, that's okay with me, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
So since we can only speak here to each other, I'll just give you a little bit of my background on how we came here today with what you see before you. So to your point, this was a bit of a compromise and a negotiation, if you will, between myself as the Lair Committee chair and the administration. We went back and forth for a while, which is why you're just now seeing it or seen it recently. And I did also have a conversation with Congresswoman Kathy Castor and really discussed, you know, I guess kind of a lot of the strife that we feel with what we see coming out of DC, what our role is as a city, what our role is as a council, and the language that you see here in what I would call the forward is very much at her suggestion, that we very much focus on recovery, response, bringing dollars home, that should really be our forward momentum, and to kind of stay out of that political fray. And that was her advice to me. And so I shared that with administration. I believe maybe they've had their own conversations as well to support that. Understanding that, you know, I want all of you, when you go next week, because I've done it a million times, I know how it can be, to walk in those doors and have something that individuals will actually look at and they won't get 2 sentences into and throw in the trash and automatically look at you and decide that they don't want to have a conversation. That is no place for any of you to be, because it is ineffective and it will not do what we are charged to do for our residents from nonpartisan elected officials. And so I understand your concern about the word equitable. It was a compromise. I've made a motion. I would be open to a friendly amendment if there was one, if council felt the need. However, I think we should respect the role that the mayor plays in all of this. And this was something that was very, very, very strongly given back as feedback from him. And so I'll kind of leave it there. You know, you're the ones that are going to be on the hill next week. So I'm going to kind of leave it to you at this point. I have done what I can do to bring you something that I feel as though you can work with. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Hi, it's me again. So I thought when I spoke the first time, I thought that we would all be in agreement on this. And that's the most important thing to me. And I think that given that we share priorities, we're all meeting with people, you know, at different times. We all need to be in agreement on this. And I understand and appreciate the work to get to a compromise, but we do have, our vice chair has a sticking point here. And it is something that I was like, I mean, I noticed it, but I'm like, all right, we can just keep going because it's a lot better than the way that this started. No offense, it's just like, it has improved a lot, especially in that first paragraph there to kick things off. So I think there are a couple of ways that we could move forward on this that I could agree to. And the first would be my preference, which would be to take out equitable development and make it match whatever the other one is, the suggestion that was given before. I think that would be the best way for everyone to feel that they all had to give a little and arrive at one paper that we can all share. The other option would be to have two different ones and give us one that we can take in 2 days with us. Fix that, and then the mayor's office can have another version. But I do like something that is unified. I like something that has his email address and ours on it. And I would be very disappointed if that's the route that we go. But those really are the two options. And if everyone was okay with it, I would go along. But we got to make sure that we all have something that we feel comfortable with. And it's not that hard. So I will wait to hear what is decided. I mean, I want to hear what you're willing to do.
No, and thank you, Council Doyle Walsh, Chief of Staff. You know how important this partnership is.
Yeah.
Personally, the mayor, this is something we've worked on for 3 years. I take full responsibility for that state agenda. Not having that is completely my fault with allowing that to be approved on our side. This is something that David has mentioned is important to the mayor and the administration to have this terminology. It's the pillar we use for all of the other work. It's been a key tenet of a lot of the work we do in the economic development space, historic gas plant. We feel very strongly that history matters, and it's not this weaponized version that we hear on the political side. I understand we do not believe that this is going to jeopardize resources on our end. We would like it to be unified as well. To Councilwoman Driscoll's point, we are prepared if council would like to remove that word, that we would have our own agenda. It would not be unified in that way, but that is our position, and I appreciate the feedback.
Oh, I didn't.
I was letting you go in case you wanted to keep going. Councilmember Floyd.
No, I'm done.
Thanks.
Okay.
I figured
I figured you wanted to hear.
I figured I'd weigh in. I don't agree with everybody all the time. Don't agree with the mayors all the time. But the thing that I can say about the mayor is whenever people have, pushed for us to back down on issues like this, he's been very willing to push back, and I couldn't be happier about it. It's in vogue right now to attack all of these buzzwords, but to be honest, I don't even think the people who attack like DEI know that the word equitable is in there, because I think they're just doing it to, not to mean the actual meaning of the word, but to demean and other certain people. Having said all of that, I would prefer if it stayed in. I didn't like that it was not in the state one, but I also am here to be cordial and get along with everybody. It's not a huge deal at all. So I'm happy for whatever the group decides at the same time, and I don't feel super strongly, but I do want to say thank you to administration for the advocacy that they've been doing on this topic for a long time. Thanks.
Councilmember Gabbard.
I'll just say my last piece on that word. So I put myself in your shoes of what you'll be doing next week, because I've been there, done that, and I know how challenging it can be. Mostly when you're working kind of in the fray, right? When you're working with members of the delegation or Congress that are kind of that more, on either side. There will be things in here that either side of the far right and left may not think is absolutely perfect here. But I want to just say, I think that where the word placement is innocuous enough that out of respect to our mayor, I feel as though we could leave it, because it's very far down the list. And when you meet with them, quite frankly, they're going to look at the beginning of it. They're going to see that it is about recovery. It is about response. It is about FEMA. It is about the things that our residents need today. And then you're going to have a conversation. They're not going to sit and stare at this the entire time that you're with them. And so I feel as though there is a way forward that we could stick with this agenda. You guys will be able to be effective when you are there next week. You'll be able to have those conversations. And I just feel, out of respect to him and the passion that he feels around these issues, once again, I want us to all come together on this, and if there would be a friendly amendment, I would be glad to accept that. But I do just want to say I think it's innocuous enough that you'll be able to move past it. So that's my 2 cents just from my lived experience.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And look, I wanted to hear everyone's opinion on this. We had this conversation at Lear. I still have the belief that I have, but I said at the beginning, I'm happy to do this. I will tell you this: you're gonna talk about CDBG money that's coming. Where is it coming from? Federal government. There are lots of programs besides whenever we sit with someone with this little page that the federal government's going to be deciding. So however they do business, I don't agree with it. However they're deciding what they're going to check, yes or no, grant monies that may come in the future has nothing to do with on this page. This is something that we all have to think about. I'm happy to go along with the majority. But sometimes principle, the reality, when the rubber meets the road, that's completely different. So I respect it, I get it, I'm concerned, but I'm happy to go forward because it is a collaboration. I'm not one to do two different agendas, and that's fine. I've said what I felt like I needed to say, and we can move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm at the point now where I think about prior priorities, having two separate ones, us coming back together, having watched those separate priorities before I got here, and then being a part of the ones coming together, I think are just received wholeheartedly different. And I don't want to lose that. I think that's most important. I also would agree with Councilmember Floyd that I think the mayor is very strategic on where he picks to push. And I think in this instance, if this is where he wants to be, I'll support that. I haven't been up there, so I thank you for going and representing us. I don't think I would operate well up there because if somebody put this paper down in the middle of my conversation, I might go bonkers. And I appreciate that, but I do think this is a collaboration. I think it needs to be together, and I'm just not willing to lose that, I think, at this point. And so I appreciate if my colleagues are willing to support and go and fight the good fight. I appreciate it more than they will ever know. But I think at this point, my preference would be, I really appreciate the changes. You heard us, you took our feedback in Lair. I'm not even a part of Lair, and you took our feedback, and I can support this where it's at. Okay, I think we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously.
Hey, I just want to tell you all I appreciate for that conversation and your willingness to get together. I think that was really important there. Amen. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to legal for our last item of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to announce an attorney-client session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118 in conjunction with the lawsuit styled Herberto A. Sanchez Mayan versus City of St. Petersburg, Officer Michael Thacker and Officer Sarah Gaddis, case number 824 CV 00690 WFJ TGW.
Okay, and so we just need to make the announcement. There's no action.
Correct. It will occur on Thursday, March 27, 2005, with all of the information printed in the agenda.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you for the announcement. Council members, any questions there?
Chair, if I made March 27, 2025.
Okay. Oh, did you say 2024?
I may have.
We already had it, people.
I've made that mistake.
It's the 1 year anniversary. Okay. Council members, any questions on I-1? Okay, let's move into open forum. Clerk, any speakers for open forum?
No Zoom.
Nobody on Zoom? Okay, we will close open forum. Announcements. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Harding for taking up the Flood Awareness Proclamation this week. I appreciate it. I was listening to it as I was coming into town, and I just really appreciate you doing that. You will be glad to know that Shore Acres was represented in Tallahassee this morning by Shore Acres Neighborhood President. So we were in Tallahassee this morning and had the first committee stop for House Bill 241, which is affectionately known as the No Wake Zone legislation, which you all passed the resolution to support, and it passed its first committee stop. It had overwhelming approval. Only one of the members dissented, and really, he literally said, nay for now. So that is very positive. Representative Cheney was the chair of that committee, the Governmental Operations Subcommittee, and she was so kind to go ahead and slate that for us at their first committee meeting. Representative Cross did a great job on presenting it, and we were also represented by the Southern group. Laura Beamer was there as well. So moving on, it has 2 more committee stops in the House, and it still has 3 in the Senate. But so far, it's looking very good. So my apologies for being late, but it was for good reason, and I'll continue to keep you all posted through our LAIR process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for representing us up in Tallahassee, and especially with that bill. I know it's close to your heart, and I know the rest of us as well. So thank you for doing that. Any other announcements? I just have one. Councilmember Driscoll's birthday next week. And just quickly, I know she's not part of City Hall, but it's my mom's birthday today. And I will yell at her later if she's watching, because I'm sure she has better things to do than to watch me up here. But let's sing happy birthday to Councilmember Driscoll. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Councilmember Driscoll. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, if there's nothing else for the
Mr. Chair, I'm surprised you didn't mention this. I don't want to steal your shine, but I'm pretty sure out on the west side, the Community Fest is taking place.
Yeah. 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Azalea Park. Thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Givens. I'm just in charge of birthdays. That's why, and they have to remind me about those too. The community picnic at Azalea Park, everybody's welcome. There's going to be some bands out there, stuff for the kids to do. I'll be out there right at the beginning of it. And so if you want to join us on the west side, you guys get your GPS out, figure out how to get there. We'll see you there. Otherwise, City Council is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Crown Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goal. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crown Factory with St. Pete, you know. So it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold would be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast. And they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African-American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs,
I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos bami, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido, porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
the
overnight.
The second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with
these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated.
Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Welcome to the best week of the year. My name is Sean Druin. Check, check, check. I can yell if need be. There we go. My name is Sean Druin, and I am pumped to be your MC today. Surrounded by champions. We have local champions, international champions, national champions, all right behind me. And if that doesn't get you pumped up, then you should check your pulse. If racing doesn't get you fired up, then maybe this weather will. My goodness. Besides Monday, but we got through Monday, and it's going to be absolutely picture perfect to start the NTT IndyCar Series right here in St. Pete. Where else in the world, I need you to picture this, can you go? It's going to be 70 degrees, sunny, palm trees flowing a bit, cars going 200 miles an hour, by a world-renowned theater and museum, right by 200-foot yachts with airplanes flying over. The answer is nowhere but St. Petersburg, Florida. All right, there's someone that also gets as jacked up about this race as me, and I get to call him Mayor. So please join me in welcoming our Mayor, Ken Welch.
Doesn't Sean have like the smoothest radio voice? I know I'm aging myself. Radio used to be a thing for some people. What a great day to be in the city of St. Pete as we come together to celebrate a real milestone, and that's 21 years of the Firestone Grand Prix in St. Petersburg. For over 2 decades, this race has been a part of the fabric of our city, a tradition that brings people together and showcases the very best of who we are in St. Pete. I'm honored to be joined by so many great leaders, by our council chair, Copley Gertis, and our city council today. Let's show them some love, please. And there's so many folks to thank. I just want to thank a few on the behalf of the city. I'd like to thank Kim Green and Kevin Savory of Green Savory Racing, to IndyCar, to RP Funding, to all the incredible drivers, and all the partners who make this event possible right on time. Every year. We love the construction happening in St. Pete, right, James Corbett? We love that sound. But they make this event possible year after year. And special thanks to the folks on our city team. Our entire city team works to make this happen. But I want to note Chris Balestra. Chris, this is your last year here, but you've done a great job. And is Tony Lino actually here or out there? There he is in the back. Okay, Tony, thanks for the great work you're doing. And our team does an incredible job of transforming our downtown into a premier racing venue quickly, efficiently, and safely every year. Now, over the years, this race has grown into a premier event for our city, one that attracts fans from all over the world, puts St. Pete on the global stage, and brings a powerful economic boost to our local businesses. But beyond the speed, the competition, and the excitement, the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg represents something even bigger. It represents the transformation of our city, and it also represents resilience. Through challenges, through change, through moments of uncertainty, our city has endured and excelled because of the dedication, vision, and work of so many. And this race is a powerful example of what we can achieve when we come together, when we commit to a high standard of excellence and community impact. So as we raise this flag today, we celebrate the past 21 years, and we also look ahead. Let's continue to embrace the race, the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete, as part of St. Pete's story, a story of innovation, passion, and perseverance. Y'all ready to race? All right, let's make it happen. And now I'm honored to introduce the chair of our city council, Chair Copley Gertis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody for being here. You know, for the drivers behind me, this is the race, right? It's the competitive, I want to win. And I totally get that, being a very, very former athlete. But this is more than a race. It's a community event. And I spoke about this at our last council meeting last week. And so quickly, even though Sean took some of what I was going to say, Sean, you and I are going to have words later. And so just imagine this for a second. You're in the Goodyear blimp. And you've got this view down of St. Petersburg. And you're panning from right to left. And first you see the historic gas plant. And by the way, I've always thought it was historic, but if you haven't seen the movie Raised, you need to go see it because it is historic. And then you pan left and you see USF St. Pete, Bayfront Hospital, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, this medical hub in St. Petersburg, the airport with planes taking off, a straightaway right next to it with cars going 200 miles per hour with grandstands filled with tens of thousands of people, right next to an iconic museum, the Dolly, a place for performing arts, the Mahaffey, a historic baseball stadium in our history of in St. Pete that's now a soccer stadium in Alang, the St. Pete Yacht Club with our boating community next to the St. Pete Municipal Marina, tucked right up against the iconic and world-renowned St. Pete Pier, along Straub Park and our beautiful waterfront that we have protected since the inception of St. Petersburg, Beach Drive in our small business community, the iconic Vinoy Hotel, tucked right up against our beautiful historic Northeast neighborhoods. Now, all of this surrounded by the Winner's Circle in Weldon Way, one of our hometown heroes. And I'll tell you what, if you can't imagine that picture and understand we live in the best place in the world, you don't understand St. Pete. And so, Dan Weldon, historic hometown hero, enjoying this community event 21 years later, it's my pleasure to introduce the current hometown hero, Nikita Johnson. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the weekend.
Well, first I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I mean, it means a lot. I started this race 2 years ago. I didn't have a mustache. I was a lot younger. I won it the past 2 years. Hopefully we can win it this year. It's going to be a lot tougher. It's my first time in the car tomorrow, so very excited for it. I mean, I want to thank everybody from the mayor's office and everybody here. Green Savoy Racing, and then everybody for helping me get here. It's just been such a long journey up until this point, especially my dad and my mom, everybody around me. So just want to thank everybody for coming out. Have a great race weekend. Wishing Pato luck. I mean, the last time we did something together was 2019 Kart for Kids, which was super cool, and super cool to see him again. So just can't wait to get this weekend started.
How awesome is it to have our local hometown hero, and we get to watch him move up the ranks. He was 14 years old, and we'd always joke, like, how can you drive a race car when you can't drive a car? But he just keeps doing it, and we feel like a proud uncle every time he wins and moves up, and it's just awesome to see one of our local kids doing it. This race obviously would not be possible without the countless employees, the volunteers, and obviously the race fans, but especially wouldn't be possible without the best race promoters in the racing industry. And before I bring them up, what makes working with them so special is how much they truly care about our city and our residents. Their entire team at Green Savoy Racing knows that at the end of the day, it's not about the dollars, but it's about the legacy that they leave here in St. Pete, a legacy their own kids and children will be proud of for decades to come. So they put their money where their mouth is. over 21 years, they've donated nearly $500,000 to charities and local organizations right here in St. Petersburg. So it's an absolute honor to work with and call these two gentlemen friends of ours and partners in this controlled chaos. Please join me in welcoming Kim Green and Kevin Savary from Green Savary Racing Promotions.
Man, that's a hard act to follow. Again, thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for the wonderful weather. I'll keep it very brief. This afternoon, party in the park. A lot of race cars down in North Straub Park, which is a fun event, followed by the 5K. We're raising money for the Police Athletic League again. Come run it. But also for 21 years, we've had a city that's supported our race. We've had city departments that work with us very closely. We couldn't do it without them. And we've had a bunch of fabulous volunteers. Some volunteers have been doing it for 21 years. And we've had two major sponsors, Honda and Firestone. So you can't get better than that. We've been very, very blessed with a great racetrack, a great location, mostly fabulous weather in the spring of St. Petersburg. So it's a fun event to put on. We have a fabulous team of people that do it, and I think we're going to have a great weekend. But I'd like to hand it over to Kevin, my business partner, and he's my bean counter.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Obviously, there's a reason they call this the Sunshine City, right? So, you know, we're just so blessed. And again, there's so much credit to give, but think of the forethought of our city leaders and chamber and so on, that on Monday they delivered rain to wash the racetrack, wash our grandstands, and then this sunshine for our race weekend. So thank you, Mayor. Okay, counts perfect. Yeah, it's awesome. So again, they always share the credit. But anyway, we're just so excited to be here. 8 races over 3 days. I think it's about 12 and a half hours of Fox coverage between FS1 and Fox, unheard of, 200 countries around the world. And that's why really this is such an incredible public-private partnership. And it's something that Kim Green and myself were so proud of. You know, I can remember the day many years ago when Kim literally drew on a napkin how we could accomplish a build through Al Lang Stadium to satisfy some needs of the Rays. And again, it's that kind of cooperation that we've always expressed here in the city, working together to make things happen. And so again, I think for us, it's, you know, can do, and that's the attitude everybody has here. And again, we're just so looking forward to getting this thing rolling. Again, it's crazy to have some students here that obviously their futures are what we really need. So that's really cool. Thank you guys for being here today. You know, my field trips were nothing like that. I saw those kids out there this morning on the main straightaway, and I thought, man, what a gig you guys got. That's so cool. So anyway, thanks so much for being here. Again, Kim, thank Firestone, incredible partner. They've been here since day one. And again, just enjoy the weekend. Talk to you soon. Sorry. Now it's my honor to bring up IndyCar President Doug Bowles, and also the president of the place, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And it all starts here for the road to the Indy 500. So welcome, Doug.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mayor, Council Chairman, Councilors, Kim and Kevin. Mostly, I want to thank the people of St. Petersburg. You know, this is the beginning of 17 races for the NTT IndyCar Series, and it's highlighted because this isn't just a race. This is an event. And what I love about Kim and Kevin as promoters, every time I talk to them, it's not about the race. It's about how do we do something to make the community of St. Petersburg better? How do we do something that puts the community of St. Petersburg on an international stage so that we can tell the world what a great community this is? My wife and I have been coming here since 2005. We love to shop here. We love to eat here. This is something we look forward to. I got on the plane last night in Indianapolis on the Southwest plane, and you get on the plane and you see people after people wearing their St. Petersburg Grand Prix t-shirts from the past season. This is not a race. This is an event. And it's not because of the race. It's because of the way this community welcomes the NTT IndyCar Series. It is a second home for us. And when you look at that schedule, those 17 races that we have, there are 3 races that the drivers will tell you they want to win. The first is obviously the Indianapolis 500. Been going since 1911. In about 87 days, we'll be running the 109th running of the Indy 500. Another one is Long Beach. This year celebrates its 50th anniversary through the streets of Long Beach. But the other one right there is St. Petersburg Grand Prix. It does a lot of things. It sets the tone for the season. If you can win here, you know your season is going to be good and you've got a ton of momentum going forward. But it's because it's an event. They want to win. Our drivers want to win in places where it matters, and it matters here because you guys in St. Petersburg embrace us so well. You guys in St. Petersburg put your city on an international stage, but you put our race series on an international stage. Kevin talked about it. Fox is extremely important to us. Kate Davis, who's on our PR team, and I just sat down and talked about the number of times that Fox from a national level is going to be here in St. Petersburg talking about the Sunshine City and why if you're not here, you better tune in. And if you're not here, you better be here next year because this city is Race City. Thanks for having us. With that, I want to introduce a guy who's won 7 races in the NTT IndyCar Series, far and away. I might get in trouble for saying this, but far and away the most popular driver we have, and somebody who I know when he wins celebrates like crazy, and he'd love nothing more than to win back-to-back at St. Petersburg. Ladies and gentlemen, 7-time winner, last year's St. Petersburg winner, Pato Award.
Thank you, Doug. Good morning, everyone. Always smiles coming back to St. Pete. I love this city. For those of you that know me, I am a massive foodie, so I'm a fan of a lot of restaurants that are by the pier and just around this community, so it's always a pleasure to be coming back. It's exciting times for IndyCar. I mean, you guys have seen what Fox has been doing for me, for other drivers in the series, for IndyCar in general. I mean, what they're doing is really phenomenal, and I think what we've seen in the last maybe 5 years of growth in IndyCar, I think we're going to see in the next 12 months. So it's amazing to be part of that. I want to thank the city of St. Pete for, their continued support, along with Green Savory for putting on this amazing event, and for all of you for coming out to cheer and support your favorite racing drivers. So yeah, we're happy to be here. I can't wait for this weekend. Hopefully, I get to celebrate at the track because I know I won the race on paper, but I didn't really get to enjoy it so much here in St. Pete. So I hope I get to do that on Sunday and go back to back. So just wanted to say thank you all, and look forward to getting this 2025 season going.
We look forward to champagne showers from you, Pato. Well, that's about it. Mayor, I think we got one more thing to do. Let's raise this flag. We're going to strike this podium. We're going to take a couple pictures with the flag. We'll do a photo ops, and then we'll raise the flag. So thank you, everyone, for being here. We appreciate it, and we'll see you at the races.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first, because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand upon a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lassing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated toward like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place like a home base where everyone can come to me, and then also again give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, we would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get the sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into 2 smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. as opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? And people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the Neighborhood Association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the Neighborhood Association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there, so they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations. So we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. If they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. Like you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the city of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about a third of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
It feels like my whole career I've just found a job, but never the job.
Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you decide. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them a story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I would live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control: where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control: being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeteprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Hello, St. Pete. I'm Mayor Ken Welch, and I'm thrilled to stand here today alongside Congresswoman Kathy Castor to share some exciting news that will make our streets safer for everyone.
Well, thanks, Mayor Welch. We really could use some good news right now. And here's the good news. We're going to make our streets safer.
And my administration is committed to improving health and safety in every neighborhood. And projects like this help protect our residents and save lives.
As Vice President of the Campbell Park Neighborhood Association, I want to say how grateful we are for this funding. We've been advocating for safer streets for a few years, especially around the school and the park. The grant's a huge win for our neighborhood.
Thanks to the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, the City of St. Petersburg has secured a $3.6 million Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from the United States Department of Transportation.
And this grant will fund 18 critical pedestrian and driver safety projects across St. Pete. These improvements include solar-powered street lighting, enhanced pedestrian crosswalks, curb extensions, raised crosswalks, and new reduced speed zones in our neighborhoods.
Right here in Campbell Park, these raised crosswalks will provide safer connections between the residential areas, the Campbell Park Recreation Center, and Campbell Park Elementary School.
And it's not just here. These upgrades will create safer streets and reconnect communities throughout the city, making it easier and safer for all of our neighbors to get where they need to go.
And we'll continue working on projects like this across the city to ensure every St. Pete resident can commute safely. Together, we're building a safer and healthier community for all.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
Sit. Hey. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations,
St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
At Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm elucidated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's like, this makes complete sense.
Hey, Bubba.
Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My
name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. You know, the nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flaps sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do. in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive. I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself. Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's So many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my child's park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Yay, fishing!
it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had 2 pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the 2 biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Evan?
Yes. My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete, all right. Good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxin gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Recs, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He
started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, 2 things. When we still lived in the 1-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffington and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and you know, there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 5 dozen of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community. When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, That's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The city of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a TrueFire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town, streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens. So you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience of working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs, There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete. Today, we honor not just a promotion, but a legacy, a career that spans over 3 decades.
I am so proud of this young man. I know that y'all got something. All I would ask y'all to do is what he feed into you, you turn around and take that same energy and feed it into someone else.
I, Keith Watts, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Fire Chief for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fire Chief, Chief Keith Watts.
As the first black fire chief for the city of St. Petersburg, I recognize the weight of this responsibility, and I know that I did not get here alone. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and it is their sacrifices and resilience that has paved the way for me to stand before you today, and I thank them. I think about new leadership brings about new vision, new goals, new objectives.
What Chief Watts brings to this is making sure that we provide opportunity for everyone who might have that DNA of public service. And so he's already done that with Camp Ignite, reaching out to young girls who might be interested. That's the kind of innovation I think that we need in our city to move forward and make sure that our progress is truly inclusive. That's what St. Pete is all about.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I've worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today.
We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but like you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Together we ignite.
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 Together we ignite. Woo!
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, "You know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger." Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. when I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right? Most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business. The chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain on a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off, and he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
My goodness.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we are used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the Road to Zero, St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
in St. Pete when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961. Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about a coin flip where Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic/engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Dover City University.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere, you just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became cler to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. And you don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
My name is Lisa Plamin. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the rain's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg